I go hard, no day. I go hard, no days off. Paint on my face, laying back, rolling the J. Feeling like these rap niggas ain't as real as they say. That's why I keep my friends limited, keep my hoes interested. Presented by the game like I'm Pete Rose in this bitch. Ain't nothing stopping us. Tell you what the problem is, I'm on top of my game, but these niggas won't acknowledge it. So a nigga hungry as a plastic hippopotamus. The stop is better taking in blood like a phlebotomist.
You know, you really need some help, but a regular psychiatrist couldn't even help you. You know what I mean? You need to get involved at the university level. Like where Freud studied and have all those people looking at you and checking up on you. That's the kind of help you need. Not the once a week for $80. No, you need a team. A team of psychiatrists working round the clock. You need to go to like Vienna or something.
Paint on my face, laying back, rolling the J. Feeling like these rap niggas ain't as real as they say. That's why I keep my friends limited, keep my hoes interested. Presented by the game like I'm Pete Rose in this bitch. Ain't nothing stopping us. Tell you what the problem is, I'm on top of my game, but these niggas won't acknowledge it. So a nigga hungry as a plastic hippopotamus. The stop is better taking in blood like a phlebotomist. I walk around understanding the politics. Wish you niggas 5 understood where the condom was. 06 came, had all kind of buzz. And Isaiah said one day your time will come. Then 09 came, them bad record sales. The silver lining couldn't find them up on any shelf. I'm in the mirror like this a product of my skills. And I fear that my fans say I failed. It's just my fate, let me chill, not flip. My shit was submarine like under ship. Look at what I'm up against, scrutiny, criticism. Everybody judging off a single I ain't even pick. Now my eyes Chinese, keep the lie lit. Now I'm taking these pills and I ain't even sick. Ice and rain, let us send up attention. I wanted them on my debut, but they ain't wanna listen. You know I love my team, but they couldn't see my vision. In the scope is my fam, so I ain't trying to make no issue. I'm just trying to paint that picture when I'm rhyming up in this booth. I'm just trying to rhyme and get through when I'm documenting the truth. Men lie, women lie, numbers won't forsake. And the only album flopping is the album niggas ate. So 82 on the way, let's do this. And God willing, niggas going triple up them units, triple up them units. Wisdom is improved, and if no one's there to listen, guess I put it in the music. Triple up them units, wisdom is improved, and I'm headed to Vienna since y'all niggas ain't doing shit. I go hard, no days off. Paint on my face, laying back, rolling the J. Feeling like these rap niggas ain't as real as they say. That's why I keep my friends limited, keep my hoes interested. Presented by the game like I'm Pete Rose in this bitch. Ain't nothing stopping us. Tell you what the problem is, I'm on top of my game, but these niggas won't acknowledge it. So a nigga hungry as a plastic hippopotamus. The stop is better taking in blood like a phlebotomist.
You know, you really need some help, but a regular psychiatrist couldn't even help you. You know what I mean? You need to get involved at the university level. Like where Freud studied and have all those people looking at you and checking up on you. That's the kind of help you need. Not the once a week for $80. No, you need a team. A team of psychiatrists working round the clock. You need to go to like Vienna or something.
Paint on my face, laying back, rolling the J. Feeling like these rap niggas ain't as real as they say. That's why I keep my friends limited, keep my hoes interested. Presented by the game like I'm Pete Rose in this bitch. Ain't nothing stopping us. Tell you what the problem is, I'm on top of my game, but these niggas won't acknowledge it. So a nigga hungry as a plastic hippopotamus. The stop is better taking in blood like a phlebotomist. I walk around understanding the politics. Wish you niggas 5 understood where the condom was. 06 came, had all kind of buzz. And Isaiah said one day your time will come. Then 09 came, them bad record sales. The silver lining couldn't find them up on any shelf. I'm in the mirror like this a product of my skills. And I fear that my fans say I failed. It's just my fate, let me chill, not flip. My shit was submarine like under ship. Look at what I'm up against, scrutiny, criticism. Everybody judging off a single I ain't even pick. Now my eyes Chinese, keep the lie lit. Now I'm taking these pills and I ain't even sick. Ice and rain, let us send up attention. I wanted them on my debut, but they ain't wanna listen. You know I love my team, but they couldn't see my vision. In the scope is my fam, so I ain't trying rhyme ain't no issue. I'm just trying to paint that picture when I'm rhyming up in this booth. I'm just trying to rhyme and get through when I'm documenting the truth. Men lie, women lie, numbers won't forsake. And the only album flopping is the album niggas ate. So AD2 on the way, let's do this. And God willing, niggas going triple up them units, triple up them units. Wisdom is improved, and if no one's there to listen, guess I put it in the music. Triple up them units, wisdom is improved, and I'm headed to Vienna since y'all niggas ain't doing shit.
Let's go! Woo! Let's go! We are live again today. We are live again today. And by again, I mean I haven't been live since since Hardenstein got signed a, a week ago almost now. So it's been a while, but today we're doing an Ask Me Anything. And I made a post on our Knicks because about Hardenstein because I've written over 40 articles on Hardenstein. I've done all my research, and now I'm ready to finally answer the questions. But before we do, well, I already made the post. I don't know if has there been a question asked yet. Not yet. I'm just patiently waiting, but let's see. While we wait, we're just gonna watch some Hardenstein highlights. We're just gonna watch some Hardenstein highlights from the season. I have all the stats set up. I have every single stat just lined up, point by point, and I'm just ready. I'm just gonna go into it. I'm just gonna. It's gonna be so much fun. Yeah, this is gonna be a good stream today. It's gonna be a good stream today. We're just gonna answer questions. I'm gonna show you my thought process on how I answer questions. But before that, we're gonna watch some Isaiah Hartenstein highlights. Here we go.
I play with a lot of energy, fly around, get people involved.
Hartenstein goes up, slams it home. Isaiah Hartenstein is taking over at Staples Center.
Coming into this organization, they gave me a chance. Every night I go out there, I'm playing hard.
About a week ago, we just told him, you step back, you can shoot your three-point shot.
Hartenstein straight away, step into the three ball.
Isaiah Hartenstein led the NBA in three-point shooting percentage. Just that was so much. Let's see. Let's go ahead and let's look at Hartenstein. Let's look at his. We're just gonna start. Let's see. Has there been any questions yet? Oh, a question. Here we go. Oh, I think. We'll see. Here we go. First question. Woo! First question. Can Hart be a legit starter? I love Mitch, but I feel like his floor spacing 5 is much more critical in today's game. Great question. So this is a great question. It's not so. As you just saw, we just looked at the with the highlights where
I play with a lot of energy, fly around.
they were just talking about
Hardenstein.
Hartenstein,
Goes up,
his
slams
ability
it
to
home.
shoot the ball, right?
Isaiah Hartenstein
Right.
is
So
taking
where
over
the
at
coach,
Staples Center.
you can hear the coach.
Coming into this organization, they gave me a
Right.
chance. Every night I go out there, I'm playing hard.
About a week ago, we just
Yeah.
told him, you step back, you can shoot your three-point shot.
So he didn't get the green light to shoot until like later in the season, and then he was able to shoot like 50% from three or something. Like his shot was so much better than I thought it was going to be. But there's something that people tend to overestimate with the shooting bigs, where you look at the best small ball centers in right in the league right now. I would say the best. It's probably Bam Adebayo. Bam Adebayo is the best small ball center in the league. He cannot shoot. He can't shoot. And you look at Bam Adebayo just for let's see. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and answer the question. This is great. Best small ball centers BA right now. They are probably Bam, the bio, and probably Bam at a bio, and uh, what's his name? Time Lord, Robert Williams. Both of those players cannot shoot. Uh, they just can't shoot. But what they can do, because passing is spacing. Passing is spacing. Let's see. So this is a concept that I like to think about a lot, because passing is spacing in basketball, right? So you could have great shooters all all around a player. You can have great shooters all around a player, but if you don't have good passers, those shooters will never be open and you'll never get a clean look. Don't passers, those shooters will never be open. Um, this is why Draymond Green is so important on the Warriors, right? So this is why Draymond Green is so vital for the Warriors. Why Draymond Green is so important. I think even when they were winning the most games in history, like if you look at all the on-off stats, like Draymond Green's on-off numbers were just unbelievable, right? Because of his passing, he couldn't shoot. He can't shoot. Draymond Green, Bam Adebayo, all these players can't shoot, but because they can pass, they open up everything. They open up everything for everybody else, right? Um, you bull for the this is why Draymond Green is so valuable for the Warriors. This is why Draymond Green is so valuable. Passing shooters open and hitting cutters. Like this is why small ball is like okay, so can he be a legit starter? I love Mitch, but I feel like his floor spacing five is much more crucial this is a great question. When we look at the best small ball centers in the NBA right now, they're they are they are. Let me just remove this, do some editing. They are Bam Adebayo and Time Lord, Robert Williams. Robert Williams. 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 My spelling. By the way, I have dyslexia or something. I'm terrible at spelling. Let's see. Williams. So Robert Williams. Here we go. Time Lord. And Time Lord, aka Robert Williams. And Time Lord. Both of these players cannot shoot, but what they can do is pass because passing is spacing. You can have a great shooters all. Okay, here we go. You can have great shooters all around a player, comma. But if you don't have good passers, those shooters will never be open. That's why Draymond Green is so valuable with the Warriors, passing shooters open and hitting cutter. Draymond, Draymond passes. Here we go. Passes shooters open and hits. Draymond passes shooters open and hits cutters. Those are the most efficient shots in basketball. Are most efficient shots in basketball. So to answer your question, efficient shots in basketball. So to answer your question, like it's it's not the fact that can Hardenstein shoot makes him into a starter player. It's the fact he could pass. Assist percentage above 20% and can hit cutters with no look passes. Uh, yeah. So basically speaking, um, the shooting is just a cherry on the top. Potential is just a cherry on top. Um, this is a great question. When we look at the best small ball centers in the NBA right now, they are Bam Adebayo and Time Lord Robert Williams. Both of those players cannot shoot, but what they can do is pass because passing is spacing. You can have great shooters all around a player. Let me do a center. But if you don't have good passers, those shooters will never be open. This is why Draymond Green is so valuable for the Warriors. Draymond passes shooters open and hits cutters. Those are the most efficient shots in basketball. So to answer your question, it's not the fact it's not the fact that Hardenstein can shoot that makes him into a starter level player. It's the fact that he has an assist percentage above 20% and can hit cutters with no look passes. The shooting potential is a cherry on top. Like this is why um yeah, okay. There we go. First question answered. This is a great question. Here we go. First question is done. We've answered the first question. Let's see. Is there another question? This is a good question. What about his play made you write 40 articles? How do you feel about him playing for Tibbs? I feel so excited. I feel so excited. Feel so excited. Excited to see him play with a coach that uh, is known like that loves defensive bigs, loves defensive bigs. I feel so excited to see him play with a coach that loves defensive bigs and is known for overplaying players. Isaiah Hardenstein has never been overplayed in his life. Never been overplayed at the NBA level in his life. Has never been overplayed at the NBA level in his life. He has only played over 31 minutes in a game once. Um, yeah, this is true. Artenstein has only played over 31 minutes in a game one time in his entire career. And this is why people think he's bad, right? If you look at all the stats, and I actually have them all like keyed up here, like, because we're going to go through them. We're going to go through all the stats. We're going to go through all the stats. Ooh. So I have them all keyed up here. But if we look at just his game, like, if we look at his skill set, he has a skill set, just an otherworldly skill set, but he's never been overplayed, right? I want to see what happens. Like, I want to see what happens if you give Hardenstein 40 minutes. Like, okay, he fouls out, sure, whatever, but giving him the opportunity to play more will naturally bring down his foul rate, right? Um, so yeah, I just feel excited to see play with the coach because I know Ty Lue loved small ball. Ty Lue loves small ball. Malone, he loves playing. I don't know what Malone. Malone never played him. Malone never played Hardenstein. Um, the coach for the Cavs, there was a play. There was a game with the Cavs where Hardenstein outplayed Jared Allen. He just straight up outplayed him, and the coach benched Jared Allen for Hardenstein down the stretch. I think it was like his ninth game. Um, Hardenstein is a better player than Jared Allen, an all-star level player. Like, and you might think, oh, that's crazy. He was a better player that night, and and it was just like it was just very unlucky. I remember that game like it was yesterday. It was Hardenstein made a pass to Kevin Love for an open three, and Love bricked it, and then they came down, and all this craziness was happening, and it was just like, and then they ended up losing the game barely. But Hardenstein played great in the game. I think he had like 4 blocks or something in like 20 minutes. It was something crazy, where he outplayed Jared Allen. He legitimately outplayed Jared Allen, and the coach decided to go with Hardenstein. But the problem was, then I think a couple of games later, Hardenstein got injured, so you can't. And then Jared Allen had his amazing, because Jared Allen's a future all star. Jared Allen is an all star level big, like he's an all star. So then he had some great games, and whatever happened, and they chose Jared Allen over, which is the correct decision, by the way, because Jared Allen is a baller. He's really really good. But I'm just pointing out that when Hardenstein was on the Cavs, he did outplay Jared Allen in a game, when they were both backing up each other, because Hardenstein can pass, right? Um, I feel so excited to see him play with that coach that loves defensive bigs, and is known for overplaying players. I said players twice. No, no, playing players. Isaiah Hardenstein has never been overplayed at the NBA level in his life. He's only played over 31 minutes in a game once. Uh, like it's gonna be fascinating to, like, oh, okay. And as for his ceiling, for Hardenstein's ceiling, I've written like it's beyond it's beyond imagination. It's like it's beyond imagination. Imagination, imagination. It's beyond imagination. Okay. Um, like it's like, as far as it's beyond imagination. Like, he doesn't have any weaknesses. Like, he doesn't, like, Hardenstein is the best rim protector in the NBA. Like, he's the best 7 foot on ball defensive. Like, he just is. He's the best rim protector in the NBA. He Hardenstein is the best 7 foot tall one on one defensive defender NBA, and he has advanced stats at the level of Jokic. Hey, it's pretty mid. Yeah, sure he is. Just keep watching. Just keep watching. I have the stats. I have the stats. Uh, just keep watching. Just keep watching. Um, he has advanced at the level of Jokic and James Harden offensively. Offensively, like the NBA has never seen a player like Hardenstein. Has never seen player like Hardenstein. Oop. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Ah, Hardenstein. James Harden. Okay. Do you have any specific reasons why Hardenstein is mid? Yokes. Do you have any specific reasons? Just just asking for a friend. Oh, that's another thing I had to pull up. Let me go up and pull up the Paul Millsap doctrine. Here we go. Yeah. So I actually have all the stats here pulled up for this post, like all the different things. So first, let's start with this one. No, 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 this one, this one. So there's this pass. This one is my favorite shot of this. This is a B-ball index, right? I don't know if you could see. Let me just try to zoom in here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I don't know if you could see, but this is rim protection, the level of rim protection of a player, and this is Hey, what's good? Yeah. I'm the guy who wrote the first seed. Yay, what's up? You comment on my post. I found your shit a few weeks ago. I found it crazy how much we agree on basketball. Yep, yep. I always felt crazy saying shit like this to my friends and being like, bro, no way X player is better than Y player because of these advanced stats, and being laughed out of the room. It's cool. It's cool to find someone who actually understands basketball and puts out intelligent content. Thank you. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Kuzma from Deep. Yeah, no, it's just it's different perspectives, right? So different people have different perspectives. Like for example, I don't know much about Knicks basketball. Like even like stats are great, but if you don't watch the games, you'll always be limited just looking at the stats, right? So yeah, and I like to say that I put out intelligent basketball content, but I don't. There's a part of me that's like, how do I put this? It's like I'm always checking myself because I'm wrong so often that I always have to like check, like, is this actually correct? Is this like I have to like double check everything, and then so I'm looking at this right now. This is rim protection, and this is on ball defense, and this is all the players. This is right here. This is Rudy Gobert. He's leading the NBA in rim protection. He has a 4. Hardenstein's at 5. Hardenstein is the best, is a point better in rim protection than Rudy Gobert. And you might be like, that's incredible. That's insane. Like this is just the facts. Like these are the numbers. And then you look at on-ball defense, and like he's the best 7-footer on. Like look at him. These are defensive player of the year, a top 10, 3-time defensive player of the year. Jaren Jackson, it was top 5 in defensive player of the year voting this year. This is Robert Williams, top 10 in defensive player of the year vote. Like, and then like Hardenstein's up here. It's Hardenstein is in another category. He's in another category defensively. He's on another level. He's on another. So if we just look at play, and this is where they're getting the numbers. This is rim protection numbers, right? So this is the best rim protectors in the entire league. It's Hardenstein is 2 points better than everybody else. I don't know if you. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. Uh, Hardenstein, Isaiah Hardenstein is 2 points better, almost 2 points better than everybody else. Well, this is NBA.com, so this is not just they measure it by how many shots you the percentage of shots you defend, right? So Hardenstein led the NBA in shots contested per 36, right? So per minute, Hardenstein contested the most shots because he's so active, because he led the NBA in defensive speed. He was the quickest 7-footer in the entire league. Like I think maybe Potil was up there too, but so these are the best rim protectors, right? Jared Allen, Rudy Gobert, Robert Williams, Jared Allen, and JaVale McGee, and he's just 2 times better than everybody else. Let me see if I can find which one here. This one is crazy. When Hardenstein was on the floor, the Clippers were the best defense in basketball. Like when he was on the floor, they were the best defense in basketball. Like yeah, it's a bust, but like the reality is it mattered. Like because they became the best defense in basketball, and you might be like, well, he was playing against backups. Last year, the Clippers had one of the worst defensive benches in the entire league because they had Luke Kennard. Luke Kennard's one of the worst defensive players in the entire league. But Hardenstein covered up all of Luke Kennard's weaknesses. It was just incredible. And let me show you a highlight of Hardenstein against the Knicks. Let me see here. Is it here? This one. This is what I'm talking about with his on-ball defense. So Hardenstein is both the best rim protector in the NBA, but he's also the best 7-foot one-on-one defensive player in the NBA. So notice, and this is really funny because this is just hilarious because you can hear the announcer say, "Oh, this is a mismatch. This is a mismatch." Like because the announcer doesn't know how good Hardenstein is yet. But
got Hartenstein. That's a mismatch. Island playing with his food out top. Got it sent back right.
That's his defense. That's his one-on-one defense. And you could be like, well, that was just Bones Highland. That's a rookie. Well, you can look at him. Wait, let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. This is him against the Knicks. This is him against R.J. Barrett.
Crunch time lapses because of the inconsistency.
Look at his on-ball defense here.
Barrett drives on Hartenstein.
Boom.
Right-handed block by
Completely out of the play. Just completely erased. And this is rim protection. This is why he led the NBA. And by the way, you're right that defensive field goal percentage is a very noisy stat. It just is. There are players that like lead the NBA in it one year, and then the next year they're like one of the worst defensive players in the league. But the reality is Hartenstein is consistently great in this stat. Like even when he was with the Nuggets, he was consistently great in this stat. He's been consistently great in this stat everywhere he goes. Everywhere he goes. So it's not. Yeah, it's a noisy stat, but the reality is Hartenstein was so good that he was like Rudy Gobert defensively, which with Bam Adebayo on ball defense. Like that's what he was. Off playing on the bench, right? So the bench obviously inflates it a little bit. Let me see if I can find here we go. This is Zach Lowe talking
Can you
about
guess among all NBA players, according to NBA.com, who is number one in lowest field goal percentage at the basket, minimum 20 games played, and minimum at least challenging 3 shots at the basket per game. So you don't get it if you've challenged like 10 all season or 1 a game. Minimum 3 per game, minimum 20 games played, lowest field goal percentage at the rim. Can you guess? Do you already know the answer? You're looking at me like you already know.
I already know.
Now I'm hearing the Jeopardy music in my head, and I'm about to run out of time. No, I don't.
Isaiah Hartenstein of the Los Angeles Clippers, who has been one of the best backup big men in the league this year and has been basically splitting minutes evenly with Ivica Zubac in the last couple of weeks. The Clips have had a great second unit all season. Just a little trivia for you. So Gobert.
Yeah. That's like it's incredible how good he is. It's just wild, honestly. Like it defies logic how good Hardenstein is defensively. Let me see if I can find here. It's this one. Is it this one? Where is it? Right here. Here. Isaiah Hardenstein led. If we could look at this, it led the entire NBA in rim protection versus expected rim protection. This is so we're just talking defense right now. This is pure defense. Let me see if there's any more questions, by the way. This is pure defense where Isaiah Hardenstein led the NBA. He led the NBA in rim protection, right? He led the entire NBA in rim protection. And this is pure, and these are the values. He's not very deterrent because no one respected him. No one respected him, so they always went at him. They went at him over and over and over again because no one respected him. But if you actually look at his contested, 96 percentile contested, rim like this, he's number one in the entire NBA. Points saved, he's number one. Like it was just incredible. And then, so what does this actually do for your team? What does this actually do? When Hardenstein was on the floor for the Clippers, when Hardenstein was on the floor for the Clippers were a top 3 team in the entire NBA. They were a top 3 team in the entire NBA. That's just reality. They were a top 3 team in the entire NBA when Hardenstein was on the floor for the Clippers. It was incredible. It was incredible. When he was off the floor, they were like average. They were actually below a bottom 10 team. He made them 10 points per 100 possessions better. Let me see if I can pull up Hardenstein's basketball reference. Let me see if I can pull this up. If we just look at on-off stats, first of all, Hardenstein has been positive every single year in his NBA career. Every single year he's been positive. I don't know if you can see. Let me zoom in a little bit. He's been positive every single year in his NBA career. Every year. With Houston, he was positive. He was positive, and this stat blows my freaking mind. He was positive on the Nuggets bench, and I don't think people understand how incredible that is. I don't think people understand. He was backing up Nikola Jokic, the MVP of the NBA, and he was a positive. Like, the Nuggets bench had Facu Campazzo, a 5'10". They had Bol Bol. He played minutes with Bol Bol. Like, let me pull this up real quick. This is a per minute combos, right? So let me go to Denver. Let's see, Hardenstein. This year, yeah. So Hardenstein, we go Jokic. So and then we play here. If we look at the net rating of the Denver Nuggets that season, when Jokic was on the floor, they had net rating of +7. By the way, +7 is a top 10 team in a top 3 team in the NBA. +7 is a top 3 team in the NBA. +7 with Jokic, +7 with Hardenstein, and then when Hardenstein and Jokic are off the floor, -8. -8, which is the worst team in basketball. This is how he had a plus with the Nuggets. So you look at, like, Hardenstein played minutes with Bol Bol. Like, I don't know if people understand how bad Bol Bol is. I don't understand, like, or at least how bad he was. When Bol Bol played without Hardenstein, his net rating was -30. -30. He was unplayable. -30. When Hardenstein played without Bol Bol, +8. When they played together, he played only 27 minutes together. It was mostly garbage time. But, like, -30, man. Like, -30, man. Like, Bol Bol is terrible. And he played minutes with Bol Bol. He played minutes with Facu Campazzo. And he had a better net rating than Jokic on the Nuggets. If you can explain that to me, because the Nuggets bench right now is the worst bench in basketball. Like, they're just terrible. Like, they're just unplayable bad. Like, anyway, let me answer more questions. Here we go. Okay, all right, I'm finishing that. Well, I love Hart. I fear he'll be stuck behind Mitch and Sims with Tim's. I don't know. I don't know. So I know Tibbs. Okay, I know Tibbs loves has played with Joakim Noah. By the way, Joakim Noah is a really interesting comparison to Hardenstein, right? So if we just go to compare, I don't know if we could, let me zoom out a little bit so we can actually do the comparison. If we just go to compare for a second, let's compare Hardenstein. Let's compare Hardenstein to Joakim Noah at the same age. Just compare him to Noah, because Joakim Noah at 23 years old, 23, second season. Okay. So we're comparing Hardenstein to Joakim Noah at the same age. If we look at the advanced stats, this is the comparison. PER of 22 to 16. True shooting percentage is 66 to 59. Look at the assists. He doubles Joakim Noah's passing ability. And you might be like, what? How does he double? Like, he almost doubles the steal percentage. He's a better rim protector. He's the best rim protector in the entire NBA. And he's just better. He's better than Joakim Noah at everything. At everything. And you might be like, well, how is he that good of a passer? And so now let's look at some passing highlights. Let's just look at some passing highlights, right? This is scoring highlights. Let me see if I could. This is the passing highlights here. This is Hardenstein's best passes of the season. Percentage. Damn it. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The thing is, with young bigs, they don't get passing opportunities. They just don't get passing opportunities. And with the opportunities that they do get, they're not very good. Like, the only 7-footers in history, I think, to have a assist percentage above 20%, below the age of like 25, is Jokic and Bill Walton. Those are the only ones in history below the ages of 25 to have an assist percentage above 20. Hart literally found them through the flow of the offense. So yeah, it's insane, because I think at the end of the season, if you look at assists per passes made, Hardenstein was more efficient a passer per touch than Jokic. Like, that's a real fact. The last half of the season, Hardenstein was the most efficient passer. So every time he touched the ball, he got an assist more often than Jokic touched the ball. That's how insane he was as a passer. Noah became much better pass. Yeah, but that's the thing. If Hartenstein's already this good, what happens when you start running your offense through him? What happens? I'll tell you what happens. He'll start averaging triple doubles. He'll start putting up triple doubles consistently, like every other game. Like we'll see multiple games. Like it's just incredible. Like let me see if I can see here. This is Hardenstein's passing ability. So right here, that's a basic, pretty simple dribble handoff, right? But it's every single part of his game right here. He just makes really good decisions, right? Whoop. Easy, and he creates a layup here, right? Um, with his patience, he just creates a layup. It's easy. See, look at that. Look at this read. Everyone's focused on Luke Kennard, but he always makes the right decision, right? He always makes the right decision. Where anybody else would have just came up and screened it to Luke Kennard, but Hardenstein, he makes the read. He makes the correct read, passes it, open layup, easy, easy. And this is why he's such an efficient passer, right? Boom here, just easy. Reset, just came out of the paint. Now look, this is the best three-point shooter in the entire NBA, Luke Kennard. He created an open shot for the best three-point shooter in the NBA with his decision making, right? If this was like a lesser big, they get it here, maybe they take a hook shot, right? They get here, it's like, oh, I guess I'm just gonna go my game, just go crazy. I'll take a hook shot, which goes in at a 40% rate, or whatever it is. But Hardenstein, he's smart. He's like, I'm not going to take a freaking hook shot when I have the best three-point shooter in the entire NBA on my team. I'm just going to reset the screen and give him an open three. Like, and because he has basketball intelligence. Like it's insane. Oof. It's just insane. It's like, so right here, just boop, back to it's so easy. And you might be like, well, how did Hardenstein become this good? He became this good because of two reasons. He became this good because he studied behind Jokic. He studied Jokic's game. He also became this good because his dad taught him how to pass. Isaiah Hardenstein's dad taught him how to be a great passer. When Hardenstein was playing real games, his dad was his coach. His dad was his coach, and his dad taught him. He basically told Hardenstein, for an entire quarter, you cannot score. You can't score this entire quarter. You have to set everybody else up. You have to set your teammates up because your teammates will win you games. Like you will be able to score. You're a 7-footer. You'll be able to do what you do, but your teammates will win you games. His dad taught him how to pass. His dad taught him how to pass. Like I almost cried when I signed. Bro, I have my reaction of what happened. Like it's going to be Linsanity all over again, but it's going to be Linsanity, but with a Jokic level player. So imagine, like Lin was good. You know, Lin was a starter level player. He ran really, really good. But like, it's going to be Linsanity with a Jokic level player. But the thing is, Hardenstein's a Jokic level player. But he's a Jokic level player that leads the NBA in rim protection. Because Jokic's biggest weakness is rim protection. Like he's not a good rim protector. Like he's a good defensive player. I agree. He's a good defensive player, but he's not a good rim protector. Hardenstein is the best rim protector in the entire league. Jokic, his weakness is one-on-one defense. He's not a good one-on-one defensive player. Like if we just look at the list again, if we just look at this list one more time, if we look at here, Jokic is here, right? I don't know if you could see, but Jokic is here. He's down really, really low. Like but he's up there because of his offensive skill set, his post game. Hardenstein doesn't have the perfect post game yet, but he's developing it. He's developing. He has good touch. But man, I can't. It's going to be so much fun to watch Hardenstein actually play. It's going to be so much fun to watch Hardenstein actually play. But this is Hardenstein. He is just on another tier defensively. So imagine a Jokic level passer, a Jokic level playmaker, but with defensive player of the year level impact. Hart doesn't have nearly the same scoring ability. No, he doesn't. He does. Well, he's a good touch. He shot 60. I think he had a top 3 floater in the entire NBA this year. I think it was Jokic was number 1 by like a wide margin. I think Holmes was number 2, and then Hardenstein was number 3. He shot 61% from the floater. His floater is elite. He is an elite floater. And he also has some upside as a scorer. I don't know if you could see here. He has a little bit of upside as a floater. Let me see if I can find it here. This is his upside as a scorer, right? So this is him uh, when he was getting drafted, right? But this is him in the NBA. So this is his upside as a scorer, right? This is his upside as a scorer, where Hartenstein averaged 25 points per game in the G League on 69% true shooting. He was unstoppable in the G League, right? What he lacks in scoring, he makes up in defense. Yeah, exactly, exactly. What he lacks in scoring, he makes up in. But the thing is, he doesn't actually lack in scoring. He lacks in the opportunity. His coaches never gave him the green light to be a scorer. Like Ty Lue, Malone, every coach at the NBA level has never given him a green light to be a scorer. They probably, and it'll probably take Tibbs a little while too, but like he's never had the green, but he's always had the ability to do this. Because look at this. This is with his right hand. Hardenstein is left-handed. Like this is with his offhand. He has the ability to finish with both. Like look at this. Woo. This is one of the best wing defenders in the league in Larry Nance Jr. He just faked him out of his shoes and then finished with his offhand. This is right hand layup. Like I don't know, like that's incredible. Like he started this at the 3-point line. He started this at the 3-point line, and the only reason he did this is they're up by 30, right? That's the only reason he pulled this out because he had the green light to do it because the game's over, right? But he has this in his game, where the ability to create off the dribble. He dunked on LeBron. like his ability. He has a driving game that's very very underrated. He has a scoring game that's very very underrated on top of his passing game. But let's go back to his passing highlights because this is what truly makes him special. His passing highlights here are what truly makes him special. Like this backdoor cut, look how smooth. Just whoop, easy, and it creates a layup out of nothing, right? It's so easy. Right here, just always makes the right decision. Creates a dunk out of nothing. What do you think of Tibbs probably being on the worst offensive coaches in the league, barring injuries and his rotation? I don't know much about Tibbs. I have to be completely honest. I'm going to learn a lot more. So you probably know more about Tibbs than I do. Just being completely honest. You probably know more about Tibbs than I do. But the reality is he doesn't really have a lot of great offensive options, at least in New York. I mean, if you look at Randall's very inefficient. RJ Barrett's very inefficient. Like they don't really have like this is the first point guard. Brunson is the first point guard they've had in like since Lynn. Like they don't like really good like like they don't have a lot of offensive firepower where so it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. So I expect a lot of his like offensive issues due to the fact that he doesn't have the personnel to really run a lot of tips. But that's just my hypothesis. I don't really know. You have to watch the game to know what you're talking about. You just have to watch the game, and I haven't watched enough of the Knicks to really know what I'm talking about yet. Tibbs was happy to run one of the best offenses in the league through Joakim Noah for years. Yeah. If Hart is real, if Hart is for real, he'll be fine. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm super excited about because he ran his offense through Tibbs. When you look at the Clippers coach Ty Lue, he never had a big man, like a passing big man. He's never had he had Kevin Love, which is okay, but Ty Lue always was a point guard in the NBA. He ran his stuff through LeBron. He ran his stuff through Paul George and Kawhi. So he didn't know how to run his offense through Hartenstein. Hartenstein just made this is not a design play. This is Hartenstein just being amazing, right? This pass, this rub screen, this is just Hartenstein seeing everything. Look at this is just Hartenstein being Hartenstein. Whoop, just easy right here. And if this guy makes this layup, but if he's a good passer, he just throws this for an alley oop every single time. But this guy, Amir Coffey is not the best player in the world. He's a good wing player, but he's not a good playmaker. But he ended up finishing this layup. But these passes, this is just look how quick this is. Look how quick the decision. It took It took Luke Kennard like an hour to get this out. They won't. They won't. They won plenty of games with D Rose out injured, playing with Joe playing. Yeah, I don't know much about the Knicks yet, but I will. I'll learn. I'll learn. So look how quick this is. So it took Luke Kennard forever. Like Luke Kennard just hesitated. He doesn't know what he's like. He's not a good passer. But Hartenstein gets the ball immediately. It's out of his hands. Immediately. It's like instant. Like, and then what does that do? It creates a layup because of how quickly he was able to make a pass. Right? Whoop. Easy. Like, and this is his one of the best parts of Hartenstein's post game is not actually scoring the ball. It's passing. Right? It's passing, being able to hit backdoor layups, easy. Right? And creating because the most efficient shot in basketball is a layup. So if you can hit layups, it makes you one of the best players, most valuable players in the league. Like people always ask, like, why did Steve Nash win 2 MVPs when Shaq only won 1 MVP? Shaq is a better player, right? Shaq is more talented. But why did Steve Nash win 2 MVPs compared to Shaq's only 1 MVP? And the answer to that is because Steve Nash was more valuable. Why was Steve Nash more valuable? Because passing is the most valuable skill in basketball. Being able to hit cutters. You take Steve Nash off the Suns, they are nothing. You take Shaq off the Lakers, they're nothing too. But like they're both valuable. But Steve Nash, his passing was so valuable. That's why he was a 2-time MVP. That's why Jokic is a 2-time MVP because his passing is so valuable. Hartenstein has it. This last pass, is going to be is insane to me. This last look at this. Let me play that last pass for you one more time. Look at this. Look what happens to JaMychal Green on this play. Look what happens to JaMychal Green when Hartenstein does this no look pass. Hartenstein looks directly at Robert Covington. Look what happens to JaMychal Green. Whoop, whoop. Layups for days. He just got no look pass layup. And that's what Hartenstein's ability as a passer. This is why he had an assist percentage above 20%. This is why. And you might be like, well, is an assist percentage above 20% really good? And to that I say, here are I have to answer more of these questions, but this is incredible to me. These are Michael Jordan, Dwayne. Here we go. These are the single season players with a PER above 21, an assist percentage above 66, and assist percentage above 19, requiring 50 games played. These are the list of players in NBA history. These are players that with a higher PER, true shooting percentage, and assist percentage than James Harden in a bench role. So if you remember, James Harden was a bench player for OKC. He was traded, and then he became a multiple-time All-Star, and he later became one of the best offensive players in NBA history. So, and PER, true shooting percentage, and assist percentage, that are all offensive stats. And obviously, these are the list of players in NBA history that have better offensive advanced stats than James Harden. Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Jokic, Isaiah Hartenstein. And you might be like, well, what about the minute? Hartenstein played more minutes than Kevin Durant on this list. The only thing is, Hartenstein is in a bench role. But you might think, oh, well, he's playing against bench players. Playing against bench players in a limited role, that makes your assist percentage go down. That's why Joakim Noah had an assist percentage of only 8%, right? Because he was playing in a limited role. Hartenstein played in a limited role and had a better assist percentage than James Harden in that limited role. He had a better true shooting percentage than James Harden. He had a better PER than James Harden. While, these are all offensive stats, while leading the NBA in rim protection. While leading all 7-footers in on-ball defense. I'm telling you, all Hartenstein needs is more minutes. That's all he freaking needs. He's on this list. And if you look at his offensive stats and defensive stats, if we look at both, these are the two players in history. 23-year-old players with a PER above 20, an assist percentage above 20, and a block and steal percentage above 2% in NBA history, requiring 41 games played. These are the list of players, right? that to do this, that to have the defensive stats and the offensive stats together at 23 years old. These are the list of players: Michael Jordan, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Isaiah Hartenstein. This is the list. These are the advanced stats Hartenstein is putting up. This is the list. Like this is the caliber of stats he put up. No other bench player in history. Like if we look at just bench players for a second, single season players with these advanced stats with a assist percentage above 15% because 15% is average. At a true shooting percentage above 60% with less than 5 games started. So these are all bench players. These are the only bench players in history that put up offensive stats at this level. James Harden, Isaiah Hartenstein. The only bench players in history to put up passing stats and PER stats at the level of Hardenstein it's James Harden. That's the only other player that put up offensive stats at the level of James Hardenstein in a bench role. Because obviously Jokic was limited, but he was in a starting role, right? So he when he was a rookie, he was started more. But in a bench role, Hardenstein is the only player to put up offensive stats at this level. Yeah, so let me go ahead and answer more of these questions. So I know, hopefully, I fear he'll be stuck behind both Mitch and Sibbs with Tibbs as a coach. I hope I'm wrong. Hopefully, he'll know through a passing center, unlike Ty Lue. Okay. Hopefully, I know how to play through his passing. Okay, let me see if there's any more questions here. By the way, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. I have so many stats, man. I have so many stats, and I just love talking about this. I love talking about Hardenstein. I love talking about Hardenstein so much, man. Ooh. Okay, there's a lot of questions here. Okay, here we go. Uh, okay. I'd actually rather know why you actually predicted Jokic. Was it just passing or what he did? So that's actually a great question. So in terms of like how did I predict Jokic? Um, well, I could go back to like R Jokic. I don't know if we could go here and go to my Reddit. So if we go to like R Jokic a second, uh, let me see. If I go to R Jokic, I mean there might be a lot of posts here. Uh, do I want to scroll down to my first post? Let me go to the seven amazing. Yeah, this is one of my first posts that I made on Jokic. So requiring 1,000 minutes played, Jokic had the highest PER out of any European rookie in NBA history. Requiring 1,000 minutes played, Jokic led all centers, not rookie centers, in BPM and RPM in the season. So he basically led all centers in advanced stats. He led all European rookies in advanced stats. Here's the biggest one to me. Nikola Jokic broke the record for the highest assist percentage for a rookie center in the three-point shooting era. So this is the biggest one for me. For me personally, it's the passing ability. It's the passing ability. He broke Chris Webber's record, right? Um, Jokic is the first rookie in history to average at least 20 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 assists, and 2 steals per 100 possessions. Also, the only player to do that in the 2015-16 season, and the only Nugget in history to put up that stat line. Like, out of all players drafted in 2014, Jokic leads all sophomores in PER, win shares. He led them in all advanced stats, right? Requiring 1,000 minutes played, rookie Jokic leads all second round rookies ever in PER. Like, there's so many, man. There's so many freaking stats. Like, this guy gave me Timmy Turner vibes. Timmy Turner? I kind of wish I knew who that was. Timmy Turner. Um, is that the guy from Jimmy Neutron? Timmy. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Um, I can't remember. It's so long ago. Oh, family. Oh, yeah. I was close. Um, requiring at least 50 games played, and at least 1,000 minutes played. Jokic and Cat are one of 5 players or rookies to have a PER above 20.5 or greater in the three-point shooting era. The others are Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Hakeem, Shaq, Alonzo Mourning, Anthony Davis, Andre Drummond, Karl Towns, Nikola Jokic. So, and obviously, how do I put this? How do I put this? So let me go ahead and answer this question here. So how did I know that Jokic was? How did I accurately predict Jokic? Well, literally every single advanced stat was screaming. like literally every advanced stat was screaming Jokic is an MVP. Like it was just like it was screaming it. It's like it was just the people that ignored all the advanced stats that said it was obvious. Like he led. Like I just read all those stats to you. Like it was just obvious. Like so, I would say every advanced stat pointed uh, to Jokic's upside. But really, like he was making pass. Jokic was making passes that unbelievable. Jokic was making passes that were unbelievable for unbelievable. I can't spell. I can't spell. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here we go. Unbelievable for a 7 foot rookie center. Like he was making shots. He was unbelievable too. Like it was just incredible. So it was a combination of the eye test and it was a I knew Jokic was great because of a combination of the eye test and the stats. Eye test and the stats. Combination. Combination. There we go. Combination. Ba, ba, ba. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Um, okay. Law, I remember seeing you NBA getting clown for standing Jokic before he blew up. Not gonna lie, I was clowning you in my head. A lot of people were clowning me in my head, like in their head. It was really funny. It was like people love to call me delusional. There's a realm of acceptable beliefs, right? Uh, where how do I put this? How do I put this? There's a realm of acceptable beliefs, like, and then if you have an opinion that's outside of this realm of acceptable beliefs, then you will be clowned on. You'll be clowned on every single time. People will be like, "Oh, you're stupid," and it doesn't matter how much evidence you have for that opinion. If it's outside of the realm of acceptable beliefs, people will call you delusional, right? And I think it's something to do with our psychology or whatever. We're very tribal people, but like it's just really interesting to me because I have so much evidence. I had so much evidence for the Jokic take, like so much evidence. Like I just shared just a little bit of it with you. But like I had so much evidence for Jokic being amazing, and I have even more evidence for Hardenstein being amazing. Even more. There's more evidence that Hardenstein is amazing than Jokic being is amazing. Like that's how much evidence there is. But still, it's like, well, of course he's delusional. Oh, if Hardenstein becomes good, like if he's right about him, like I'm not. There's no if. Like you don't accidentally, you don't accidentally end up on this list. You don't accidentally end up on this list. You don't accidentally end up on this list of players. It doesn't accidentally happen. It just does not accidentally happen where a 23-year-old player you just don't like it just doesn't you don't accidentally end up on this list, right? This is not an accident. This is Hardenstein being he's been improving every single year. He's been improving in secret. Like every single time he gets rejected, he gets better. Every single time he gets traded, he gets better. Every single time he's benched behind Jokic, he learns from his mistakes. He learns, he studies, he gets better, he improves, he improves, he improves. We just haven't seen it because nobody has played him. Nobody has played him the minutes he deserves. But if anybody does play him, defensive player of the year. He's the defensive player of the year. Like, look at this. This is the defensive player of the year. This is Hardenstein. This is how much better he is than, like, he's better. He's better. He's better than all these players while putting up James Harden and Jokic level advanced stats. Like, anyway, let me go ahead and keep on asking. Why I love Harden, I feel he'd be stuck behind Mitch. I hope I'm wrong. Here we go. Is there any potential in his shooting? Yes. Yeah, there's tons of potential in his shooting. There's tons of potential in his shooting. Let me see. StatMuse. 3-point shooting. Who leads the... Okay, here we go. Hopefully this works. Here we go. Who leads the NBA in three-point percentage requiring 50 games played and at least over 23s attempted this season? And the top players are Isaiah Hartenstein, Luke Kennard, Desmond Bane, Tyrese Maxey, Cameron Seth Curry, Doug McDermott, and all these players. So Hartenstein led the NBA in three-point percentage. So he has 100% potential. He has potential as a three-point shooting. Hartenstein has huge potential. Potential as a shooter. Like potential as a shooter. I think he has as many made threes in his career. He has more made threes in his career than Aiden, despite playing like 6,000 minutes less. Made threes. Aiden. Is it Aiton or Aiden? Aiden, right? How do you spell Aiden? Aiden. Aiton. Despite playing about 6,000 minutes less. Like, how do I put this? Hartenstein made 8 of 9 threes in the G League Finals at 21 years old. Like he has upside as a shooter. He just needs confidence. Confidence. He just needs confidence, guys. He just needs confidence. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up some of his shooting highlights. I still can't believe he made 8. I still can't believe, like, the reason why Hartenstein was the youngest G League Finals MVP, like, Hartenstein, G League Finals MVP. Let me see if I can pull this up. 41 points. Here we go. This is a game. He hit 9 threes he hit 8 threes in this game. I still can't believe.
John and Musa on assignment from the Brooklyn Nets. Lost it. 3-on-1. Frazier, team high 23 in game 1.
So right now, the game plan was to leave Hartenstein open. Like, that was the game plan. Let's muck up the paint, leave Hartenstein open. And look what he did.
We mentioned earlier that Joseph Blair will go with the hot hand. In 31 games,
right here,
20-plus points in back-to-back games. Hartenstein has the answer.
And you'd be like, well, they're leaving him open. But he's able to hit it. He's able to hit it, right? And right here.
Hartenstein feet
3
for 3.
Easy. And look, the passing. So this is his early passing, right?
Backdoor Frazier.
He's a much better passer now. He's a much better passer than he was in the G League because he studied behind Jokic, right? He's a much better passer now.
Improved player. Under 6 to play, second quarter.
This is 4.
Hartenstein
Easy.
Continues his hot shooting from deep.
Right here.
Theo spent the summer league with the Nets training
5.
as well, earning that
He hit 5 threes in the first half. It's just like
15 seconds since we had saw a 3-pointer.
So now they make an adjustment. Now they're like, well, we need to contest it a little bit, right? So right there, they started to try to contest him.
Hit 5 in the first half.
Nothing. And because that's the beauty of Hartenstein's game. He's so tall. If he's hot from 3, you're done. There's nothing you can do to stop him, right? So now, they're still leaving him open. Easy.
Isaiah Hartenstein.
Like, he's like, what are you doing? I love that. I love that so much. Oh my god, I love that so much. Like, look at this. It's just because they leave him open. He's like, I just hit seven. I hit 7 threes, guy. Like, what are you doing? He's like, what are you doing? I just hit 7 threes. You can't be leaving me open. Look at.
Tucker speeds. The follow, Hartenstein.
Just killed it.
Showing off his range this year. This time, just putting to work. 3-score ball.
Here we go. And now they're actually contesting it. But then look, this is the beauty of Hartenstein. If he gets on fire, if he starts making his threes, this is contested. It does not matter. You cannot contest his threes. Because if he starts making his threes consistently, he has such a high release point that there's nothing you can do. You just hope he's a pray you miss level shooter. Like, pray he misses, right? If he starts hitting the three, it's just like.
Got it again. Isaiah Hartenstein.
And then his defense showed off a little defense here.
The call rejected. Hartenstein stood his ground. 17 lead changes, but all of them in the first half. McLaughlin
showing off his defense a little bit.
This would not go down.
And this is actually the only mid-range shot I've ever seen Hartenstein take. Like, literally in his entire career, this is the only mid-range shot. No, that's the beautiful thing. Did he go to college? This is the reason why he's underrated.
Hartenstein, pull up, Hartenstein, got it!
That's literally the only mid-range shot I've ever seen Hartenstein take. Like, in an actual game. Like, my entire time, he does not take mid-range shots. He'll take a mid-range floater, but he does not take mid-range shots. This is literally the only three-point mid-range shot I've ever seen him take.
Pull up, Hartenstein, got it!
It's a little strange, but they ended up winning the game. He finals MVP and all that. Let me see here. Let me go back. Huge potential as a shooter. Okay, here we go. Why do you think Hartenstein was available as such a bargain? Nuggets seemed to recognize what they had in Jokic early on and made moves to accommodate that play. Obviously, Hart wouldn't have been seen as a cornerstone with the Clips, but why do you think other teams didn't offer a deal or start a role from him, especially given how he checks all other advanced stats and even eye test? That's a really good question. So the question is, so why didn't other teams offer Hartenstein like what they offered him, right? And it's hard because it's like, it's because, how do I put this? It's not really that logical. It's more there's this bias against G League players. I don't know if I can see. Let me see if I can do Gary Payton. Gary Payton the second. Video coordinator. Here. This is Gary Payton Jr. talking about his being a video coordinator, right?
Folks at home might not know this, but at the beginning of the season, after you'd been cut by several teams, after you spent some time in the G League, you were looking at the Golden State Warriors to apply for a job. But that job wasn't on the basketball court. Can you tell us?
This is the G League Defensive Player of the Year. This is the best defensive player in the G League, and he was cut from multiple teams.
About that?
Yeah, I knew my chances. You know, they were telling me my chances was kind of low to making the team, so I was just trying to. They had a video coordinating job open, and I was trying to, get in that job. Try to ask for an interview for that job, just to stay around this team and be around the team and see if I can help. And you never know, a 10-day might pop up. In between that video coordinating room. So I just stayed with it and.
This guy is a key piece in a championship team. He was the best player in the G League, defensive player in the G League. He's one of the best defensive players in the NBA. And his offensive game is, frankly, it's underrated. His offensive game is underrated, right? He's a key piece. This is a key piece on a championship team. He's getting cut multiple times. I don't know why the NBA just disrespects G League players like this, but it's the reality is they just do. Like they're gonna miss him so much. They're gonna miss him so much. Like I think he was out just one game. He was out one game. I think if he was healthy the entire series for the that Boston series, I think the Warriors would have won in 5 games. I think they would have won in 5 games. But because he was out, they were down like 2-1 at the beginning of the series. Like the Warriors are gonna miss him so much. Um, but it's just I don't know, I don't understand exactly why it is, but the teams just don't respect G League players, right? And they still view Hardenstein as the G League Finals MVP, and like they just don't respect it. Other players that didn't go get nearly enough minutes. But I did actually because I've written so many. I've actually I could how do I put this? I could link an article for every single one of these questions. Because I've answered all these questions before. Let me see if I can find the article for this one because I've written over 40 articles. When you've written over 40, I've answered all these questions before. Let me see. 7-footer that led the NBA in every advanced stats. Yep. Uh, who underdog that makes Clippers the best team in basketball? Yeah, that's not true. Let's see. Let me see here. Talk about the trade. Let me see if I can find. Let me. Why? 2 reasons why Hardenstein floated around the league. Um. Hmm. Let me see. How do I put this? How do Hardenstein fail the eye test? Become. Hmm. Start week. Debate me. Is it this one? Is it this one? Reason one, Clint Capella. Reason two, Michael Malone. Yeah, there's so many. Let me just break down. I mean, Gary Payton is like Hart. He didn't. Yeah, Gary Payton is a lot like Hart. But the thing is, Gary Payton was in his prime. So he was Defensive Player of the Year in his prime in the G League. Hardenstein was the best player on the best team, Finals MVP at 20. He was the best at 20 years old at college age. He was the best player on the best team at college age. That shows a lot more room to grow, and he has been growing. He just hasn't been grown. We haven't seen it on the NBA floor. So okay, why do you think Hardenstein was available at such a bargain? The Nuggets seem to recognize well because he hasn't proved it. Like Hardenstein. Okay, here we go. Hardenstein has only played above 31 minutes once in his NBA career. Uh, he just hasn't played enough minutes to shake uh, the bench big label. He hasn't played enough minutes to shake the bench big label, leading to him being underrated. Uh, uh, he hasn't, and bench bigs are naturally underrated. Underrated. Yeah, naturally underrated. Here we go. And bench bigs are naturally underrated. Naturally underrated. Okay. Hartenstein's only played above. Yeah, here we go. Is there anything you've seen that suggests he can limit his foul trouble? Yes, yes. Great question. Great question. Um, that's a great question. You know what? Let me just link the Paul Millsap doctrine. This is must read comes to Hardenstein. This article is a must read article. This is called the Paul Millsap doctrine. Let me see if I can link it here. Um, yeah, here we go. When it comes to the Paul Millsap doctrine, SAP doctrine, doctrine, doctrine. Should I? Yeah, I'll leave it like that. This is must read when it comes. Okay, so this is what the Paul Millsap doctrine says. Right here we go. So let me see if I can zoom in here. We want to zoom in pretty good. Okay, here we go. Okay, last. There we go. Per minute. Uh, our last baptism of per minute exorcism surfaced some valid concerns regarding causation. We studied year-to-year jumps in minutes, which I can't talk right now. Tibbs is also a big you got to earn your minutes guy, and he tends to keep guys where he feels comfortable with. How do you think Hart gets minutes without being Mitch injured? Oh, Tibbs is going to fall in love with Hardenstein. He's going to fall in love. It's going to be Hardenstein's going to earn his minutes in the first 10 games. He's going to be a starter. Like he's just going to fall in love with him. Because because Hardenstein's going to get better. Like what he is right now is not the final product. Like him putting up all these advanced stats, amazing. This is not even close to what he will be in the future. And he's already on lists with Hall of Famers, right? He's not even close to his prime yet. So essentially speaking, this is one way to would be. How do I put this? How do I put this? More lucid way. How do I put this? This is an experiment where they basically look at limited minutes players and they look to see how much limited minute players increase their production when they get more minutes, right? And these are the results, right? Let's just go to the results. On average, effective field goal percentage and true shooting percentage both increase. So effective field goal percentage and true shooting percentage increase as players get more minutes. Points increase on average. Rebounds stay about the same. Assists increase on average because they get more opportunities to get assists, and they're playing with better players, right? Steals and blocks go down on average because uh, in order to get steals and blocks, when you're playing against bench players, it's easier to get steals and blocks. When you're playing against starters, it's harder. Uh, Turnovers go down on average, but here's the big one: fouls go down. When players get more minutes, their fouls go down just naturally. And this was 100% true of Hardenstein, where Hardenstein was fouling a lot earlier in the season. But when he got more minutes, his foul rate went down significantly. Is this just a hobby for you? Wondering why you wouldn't be using these skills for a real front office role, just out of curiosity. Also, you're good to put whatever articles you want into your comments if it helps back up. FYI, not going to ding you for self promo. Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah. This is just a hobby for me. You know, it's just fun. It's just fun to talk basketball and learn, right? Because I don't want to. I don't think I know everything. Like people like love to stereotype me and be like, "Hey, EG, he thinks he's arrogant. He knows everything." No, I'm just looking at the facts. Like I'm just looking at these stats. I'm looking at this stat right here, and I'm like, okay, Hardenstein's the best rim protector in the entire NBA, and he's one of the best on ball. Like, can somebody like talk about this? What is his exactly? That's a great question. What's his G League foul rate? It's four. It's four fouls per 36. What it was. By the way, his G League stats are insane. Obviously, but like his G League stats were just unreal. He averaged 24 points. This is playoffs. He averaged 25 points per game, 15 rebounds, about 4 assists. This is per game. This is per game, and then per 36, he averaged even better stats. It was just incredible. Um, 28 points, like 16 rebounds. This is per 36. His foul rate was only, see, right here, in limited minutes, it was about 6 fouls. Then it went down to about 4 fouls, right? Which is still a lot, which is still a good amount where he'll be in foul trouble for you. He will. Like that's going to be a thing that happens. But he will also be like just really really good for you. And see the shooting is still a concern here. It's only 66%, but he's been improving every single year in secret, right? So he's been improving his shot every single year. We just haven't really seen it yet at the NBA level. Um, that's why he got the green light. He led the NBA in 3-point percentage because he's been improving it every single year. He just needs more confidence with it. But yeah, this is yeah, and look at this. He's got better every single year. If we look at his PER every year, it was 21, 27, 30. His PER was 30 at the end of it. 69% true shooting percentage. He averaged 28 points per 36 on 69% true shooting percentage at college age. He was the best player on the best team at college age. Like, so if you can imagine like the best player on the best team in college. Like, he would have been the number one pick. A 7-footer that passes, that defends, he would have been the number one pick in the entire NBA. If he did this at the college level. But because he did it in the G League, what happens? Oh, nobody cares. It's the G League. Who cares? Who cares? Let's cut him. It's like, like, and so that's why it's frustration. Like, I just want to like tell people about, hey, this guy Hartenstein has been like, it's not gonna come out of nowhere. Like, it's people are gonna feel like, oh yeah, Hartenstein just became this MVP out of nowhere. People are gonna believe that, but it hasn't been out of nowhere. He's been showing flashes of this every step of the way. Every step of the way, he's been showing flashes of what he's about to do for the Knicks. Every single step, right? People have just been underrating it and ignoring him. Like, this is 28, 16, and 5. Are you 28, 16, and 5 per 36? About. Like, it's just on 69% true shooting percentage. Like, this rebounding percentage is the same rebounding percentage as Whiteside in the G League. Whiteside led the NBA in rebounding. Like, this is just, it's unreal how good he is. It's unreal. It's okay. Let me if I see a question that could be answered with a article, then I'll go ahead and link the article. What are your realistic predictions for Hartenstein this year? Will Tibbs see the light and give him enough time? I hope so. I've been wanting a coach to give Hartenstein the green light, for so long. It was so funny because Hartenstein was not even supposed to be in the Clippers rotation. Ibaka was supposed to be the Clippers rotation. Hartenstein he just wanted to play because no team was willing to play him. He was like, okay, I'll go to the Clippers. Just give me 2 weeks. Just give me 2 weeks. 2 weeks in the rotation, and I'll play myself into the rotation and then take Zubac's job. Like, that's literally what he was thinking. It's just give me 2 weeks. Because he was traded to the Cavs and then he got injured. Well, I think it was an ankle injury. Was it an ankle injury? No, it was a concussion. He got a concussion with the Cavs, right? Man, it was just so. But so let's see. I don't know. I can't see the future. I think Tibbs will see the light. Give him green light, but I can't see the future. I've been wrong. I've been wrong about Hartenstein's playing time. I've been wrong about Hartenstein's playing time for so long. You know, it was funny because even with the Clippers, Hartenstein was playing himself into the rotation significantly. But then he got his ankle injury, and it ruined everything. I don't know if we could look at this. If we just look back here, if we look at his games played, his game log, if we look at this first game of the season, he did not play, which shows that Tyler was not planning on playing Hartenstein the entire season, right? So, but when he goes down, you go down, you go here. He was 15 minutes. By the way, he was a positive in every single game. The first 10 games, he was a positive in every single one of them. He was a positive in a 20. They were down 20, and he played 20 minutes, and he was a positive. Like, he was a positive in a 20-point blowout. But if we go down here, he was finally getting minutes. So he got 20 minutes here. He got 20 minutes here. He got 24 minutes, like in Utah, and then he was finally playing down the stretch here. And then he got injured. He was playing amazing. He had 2 blocks, 2 assists, 5 rebounds, 8 points, +3. He was playing really, really good against OKC, and he was about to have his 4th straight 20-point game, 20-minute game, and then he got injured. And it was like, look at these shooting percentages: 70%, 60%, 60%, 80%. Like, he was incredible. And then he got injured, and then he was inactive. And then when he got back, 5 minutes, because they started Ibaka, and then 14 minutes, and then 12 minutes, and 15. He had to start over. He was finally playing himself into the rotation, and then he had to start all over again. He had to start all over again. And this injury, this ankle injury, basically made it so he never was able to get out of the label of bench player, right? And because he had to start all over again, and he was also injured. They still had the historic game against Washington. This game, he's plus 23, the largest comeback in NBA history. By the way, let me show a video highlight of this game. I don't know if we can see here. Is it here? Let me see a video highlight of that game. Is it this one? Is it this one? Here we go. This
some momentum.
Okay.
To the Clippers.
Right here.
For sure. Gaffer thought he got fouled. No.
This one is incredible.
And double figures
Is it?
now with 12.
This is incredible. This shows Hartenstein's hustle, right? Wait, is this not? Wait, this is not it. Wait, is it this one? This is his defense, on-ball defense on Bradley Beal. Let me go back. Here we go. Here it is. This is incredible to me. This is so they're down 24 points right now, and Hartenstein never gives up. He never gives up. He's down 30 points playing with a player with scrubs. I think one of their players' names is actually Scrub, but he never gives up.
Teams apply today at NBA
Look at this.
Foundation.
Behind the back. Over the head, but he's playing with Coffee, so Coffee misses it, gets the rebound, points to the open guy here.
Fellowship.
And they get a layup.
Clippers go to the full court pass. They come up with a steal. Bledsoe with the layup.
NBA teams apply
This is
today
Hartenstein.
at NBAfoundation.nba.com/HBCU-fellowship.
Clippers go to the full court press. They come up with a
And people don't understand how incredible this is. He never gives up. He's fighting this game like there's a chance to win it. And guess what? They won. It was the second largest comeback in NBA history because of plays like this, where Hartenstein's hustle, right? He gets it here. Any normal player at this point would have just caught it out of bounds, and that's that, right? But Hartenstein, no look pass behind his head. Oh, just a casual no look pass behind his head to a wide open guy who just missed the shot. But after he missed the shot, doesn't give up. Taps it out to Luke Kennard, and then he points to the open guy immediately. But Luke Kennard, that's the thing with Hartenstein. Didn't play with any good playmakers. He never. The Clippers didn't really have a good point besides Bledsoe, but they traded Bledsoe. But he just never look how long it took Luke Kennard to see Bledsoe
Fellowship.
Clippers go to the full court press.
And that hustle created that shot, right? And this entire game, Hartenstein made this entire comeback happen, right? With defense, right? By the way, he didn't get a block on this play. He didn't get a block on this play.
To the Clippers.
Oh, for sure.
They would take Hartenstein's blocks all the time. Hartenstein would have 5 blocks in a game, and then you look back at the block, he's like, oh, he only had 2 blocks. They would take his blocks credit away from. It was crazy.
Now they're playing fast. They're playing hard.
So yeah, look, they're down 21 points. A little bit later, right? A little bit later. Let me see here. This is his defense.
You can't relax mentally. You got to sustain the intensity level, and so far we have not seen that.
Can't finish with the left. He's discouraged. Now he has to hustle back on defense.
And one.
And another and one opportunity.
So
here
all this hustle, this defense is incredible. This is Bradley Beal. This is Hartenstein guarding one of the best defensive players in the entire league. Offensive players, I should say. He's guarding one of the best offensive players in the entire league. Look at him. Whoop, whoop.
Along the
boom.
baseline in trouble.
Charge.
And a charge against Beal.
This is incredible. He's one of the best on-ball defensive players. He is the best rim protector in the entire NBA. It's one of those players you can see getting 5. Yeah, he is one of those players that can get a 5-by-5 stat line, but he could he could have multiple 5-by-5 stat lines in a season, multiple. It's not and how do I put this? I wouldn't be surprised if he just does that I can't even describe how good he is. Let's keep on answering questions. By but I can't see the future. Yep, yep. Let's see. Our leader. Yeah, yeah. What's the biggest? Okay, that's a good question. So, what's the biggest weakness in his game right now? Uh, I would say the biggest weakness, uh, weakness in Hardenstein's game is his uh, post game and dribbling ability. So, okay. Let's see. What impact do you think Brunson Rose will have on his game if he really needs a playmaker? They're going to increase his. He doesn't need a playmaker. Like, let's make that clear. He's able to dominate by being a playmaker himself, but it'll increase his true shooting percentage because those players weren't throwing him lobs. Like, he's a lob catcher. He's a finisher. He would rarely get lobs, right? So I guess more explosive plays, more fun lob plays, stuff like that. Where yeah, it was just really hard without a real because Reggie Jackson's not a point guard. He's a shooting guard who plays point guard. He's a shooting guard that plays point guard. Yeah, that's a good question. Brunson and Rose, yeah, they're just gonna help him. Uh, it's more that's the beauty of Hardenstein. He's going to help them more than they're going to help him. Hardenstein's going to help Brunson and Rose more than Brunson and Rose are going to help them, um, because Hardenstein makes everyone around him better. Everyone around him better. Okay, and dribbling ability. He has a loose handle right now and doesn't and a stiff post game. But um, that's really it. It's really it. Um, and a stiff post game. Yeah, that's it. So like, but that's the thing. It's like he's a center. Like he'll get better. I don't know. Will Hardenstein improve his handle? Probably. I mean, I can see it. I can see it. Wait, this memes about Hardenstein being good are actually true? Yeah, they're not memes. They're all factually based, right? Two questions. Here we go. With the emphasis that many front offices are putting on advanced analytics these days, why was the best offer Hart can get 60 million, at least initially, coming off the bench? What other players do you think are underutilized around the NBA? Good questions. Good questions. Good questions. Let me think. Those are good. Those are good questions. Um, how do I put? So, why is the best offer Hearts can get was 60? It's the labels, man. It's the power of labels. Uh, labels. Like it's the power of labels. Hardenstein was labeled as a bench big, so he's going to get bench big money. Uh, yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Any more questions? Let's see. Let's see. Boop, boop. Here we go. Here we go. Any more questions? Any more questions? Wow, it's a good amount. Okay. I generally need you to buy me a dinner after that because I'm done. Uh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Our clown from not gonna. At the time, I was reading a comment about yeah, it. When can I find this? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here we go. Hey, 55. 50, that's a Hardenstein's number. 55 upvotes. Officially hyped. Okay. What bigs are better passers than iHeart compared to? Okay. What bigs are better? Jokic is the only passing big better than him. Yeah. Jokic is the only passing big better than Hardenstein. It's just Jokic. Jokic, like you can argue Bam. Bam is not a better passer than Jokic. I looked at Bam's highlight. He does not throw no look passes like him, like Jokic, like Hardenstein. He just doesn't throw the same level passes. He just doesn't do it. He has more volume, but he doesn't throw the same level of passes. Okay. As someone who frequents Clippers subreddit, I want you guys to know isn't lying. EG isn't lying. He's going to talk about Hardenstein a lot. And as someone who watched Hardenstein a lot last year, he is very smart, but he's really bad habit of turning the ball over. Like he can make it very bad at times, but statistically he's great and fun to watch. This is actually a really big problem. This is a big problem. So you might think this is a weakness, but it was actually one of the reasons why what's his name? Ty Lue didn't trust Hardenstein because Hardenstein would make these passes, right? And then like Luke Kennard would just stop on the cut. He would make the pass and he would just stop on the cut. And then Hardenstein would get blamed for it, right? Or like Hardenstein would make these passes and they were good passes, but like the players weren't they just didn't connect, right? And the Hardenstein would get blamed for it more than like Reggie Jackson would jump in the air and like throw the ball out of bounds and like, oh, that's just Reggie Jackson being Reggie Jackson. Hardenstein does that and it's like, oh my God, Hardenstein, you need to take him out. They're just natural. If you look at his actual playmaking ability, like his actual turnovers ratio, his assist to turnover ratio, it's not that bad. It's about 2-to-1 per 100 possessions. They average about 3 assists, 3 turnovers per 100 possessions. He averaged about 5 assists to 2.5. So it's about 2-to-1, right? That's great for a center. That's wonderful for a center. Let's check Green. Draymond Green. Let's check Draymond Green for a second. I don't know what his assist to turnover ratio is. He's above 2. He's above 2. But at 23 years old, he was at like about 1-to-1. These are per game numbers, but it's all the great playmakers have turnovers. It's part of the game. It's part of the game. But like Hardenstein would get overly criticized for his turnovers compared to another player's turnovers. But like that's just part of it. Like Jokic has turnovers. Like it's just that's not. Why hasn't he played more minutes? Man, why hasn't Hardenstein played more minutes, man? That's a good question. Oh, well, it's a long question. A long question. Let me see. Why minutes? Let's see. Why hasn't Hardenstein played All-Star minutes? 2 reasons he's floated around in the league. Let me see if I can find 3 major Hardenstein misconceptions. Let's see. Is this one? Is a weak defender and rim protector. Yeah. The difference between not playing and not playing badly. Let me see. Let me see if there was a post I made here that was really really good. If I can find it. Let me see. Let me see. What is it? It was called Mistakes. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is a good post. How the fuck how the fuck did a superstar center like Hardenstein get so undervalued he had to sign a training camp deal? This is the story of Isaiah Hardenstein. Let's talk about how this happened. By the way, I'm just going to go ahead and link this. Let me go ahead and play this. Yeah, link this. Let's talk about how this happened. Let's go back. Here we go. Is it here? Okay. Mistake 1. Moving overseas. Hardenstein was born in Oregon. When Hardenstein was about 10 to 11 years old, he moved to Germany. Now, there's a lot of great European prospects, and I think being in Germany actually helped his game. But the problem was, when you move to Germany, you become a mystery prospect. Instead of scouts seeing you play every day on the AAU circuit, you only get a fraction of that exposure. As a result, you have less scouts falling in love with you and following you. American Hardenstein would have been far more hyped than German Hardenstein was. Mistake 2, going pro instead of going to college. I want to make this crystal clear. I think Hardenstein is a better player today because he played against men as a teen. I really do. I think it raised his ceiling as a player. But if Hartenstein went to college, he would have been a top 5 pick. People would have been comparing him to Bill Walton. He would have won so many games and averaged insane stats. He would have been correctly valued if he played in college. Scouts need to see you play to evaluate you correctly, and not enough people saw Hartenstein play in the pros. Mistake 3, coming out into the draft way too early. If you watch the replay of the 2017 draft, they blatantly say it. This is a miscalculation. If he stayed one more year, he would have been a first-round pick. Yeah, this was by far the biggest mistake. Hartenstein was over eager to become an NBA player. As a result, he tried to skip steps. Uh, the the NBA punished him by not giving him playing time, basically ever. Mistake 4, going to the G League instead of staying in Europe. I like to compare Hartenstein to Jokic. I genuinely believe the talent is about the same. Jokic was drafted 41st, Hartenstein was drafted 43rd, but Jokic decided to stay in Europe. Hartenstein decided to go to the G League. They both improved, but Jokic's improvement was blatant because because the Adriatic League was not as good as the G League. Jokic went from good G League numbers to MVP G League numbers. Hartenstein, on the other hand, was a bench player in the G League during that stretch. Great per 36 stats, actually about the same as per 36 stats as Jokic in the Adriatic League, but it's in the G League. So when Hartenstein was given a chance as a pure rookie, the Rockets gave up on him so quickly, opting to send him back to the G League instead of develop him. He went on to be the youngest G League Finals MVP because he's insanely talented, but the Rockets already gave up on the man. So essentially speaking, going to the G League made the Rockets give up on him sooner. Mistake 5, thinking the Nuggets coach wouldn't go small ball because they had Jokic. This is so fun. Hartenstein literally took less money to come to the Nuggets. His logic was sound. They have Jokic. They wouldn't go small ball. Mason Plumlee is gone, and if I get those minutes, I can prove myself. Little did he know he was dealing with the coach that benched Jokic at one point and did not play CD'd Nurkic 9 times, opting to play Kenneth Faried at center. Looking at the on-off numbers has me boiling, and I already showed you these on-off numbers, but it's basically they were just terrible. Let me just show them one time. It's just like it's the same numbers. It's just like Jokic when they were both off the floor, -8. Like, my God. Okay, the Nuggets were only bad when Hartenstein and Jokic were off the floor, yet Malone consistently never played Hartenstein. It was honestly the most frustrating time of my Nuggets fandom. I went on a 3-month comment strike because of it. The Nuggets went on to trade Hartenstein for McGee, who had worse advanced stats across the board than Hartenstein with the Nuggets. He even fouled more often. The key thing to understand about these reasons is that none of them actually make him a worse player. Learning basketball in Europe does not make Hartenstein worse. It arguably makes him better and more skilled. Not going to college and going pro doesn't make Hartenstein worse. In fact, it makes him better because he played against men as a teen. Coming out early in the draft and playing in the G League doesn't make him a worse player. Again, it made him better. And we can see that improvement clearly in his G League stats. Going to Denver and learning behind Jokic doesn't make Hartenstein worse. Again, it made him better. All these reasons simply make Hartenstein appear worse than he actually is. It's the perfect storm of blind spots in NBA player evaluation. But when it comes to actual basketball, Hartenstein still has superstar talents. He still has superstar talent. He's still on lists these lists. He still has superstar talent. Defensively, he still has superstar talent. And I wrote this before any of these stats. I wrote this before he was on this list. Before he put up a higher PER, true shooting percentage, and assist percentage than James Harden. I wrote that before this. I wrote this before that. Here's the beautiful thing about basketball. Talent wins out. The truth tends to win out. Winning is the key. It doesn't matter how stupid Malone and Mike D'Antoni are. It only takes one team to decide, I'm going to play this man. It only takes one team to decide, I actually want to win. That team was the Clippers. They added a superstar and nobody knows it yet. And actually that team now is the Knicks because they didn't. The Clippers decided not to play him. In the play-in games, when when their season was on the line, they decided to bench the best rim protector in the entire NBA, and then they asked the question, "What happened to the rim protection? Why were they just scoring layups on us? Like, I don't know what happened. Like why are they just scoring layups?" It's like because you took out the best rim protector in the entire NBA. That's why. That's why. Anyway, anyway. Oh man. But yeah, this is one of my favorite articles. How the fuck did a superstar center like Hartenstein get so undervalued? Yeah, so that should explain a lot of it. Let's see here. Have you made similar predictions about a player and were wrong? I only have two subreddits. Um, have two subreddits for players. Are Jokic and are Hardenstein. I have wrong before. I have been wrong before the draft, and many of my predictions have been wrong. Uh, but I've never but there but not when I have this much evidence. Predictions, but not when I have this much evidence. Uh, he is a good lob passer because I love to see. Is he a good lob passer? Because oh yes, he is. I wonder if I could find it. He is a great lob passer. He's a great lob passer. Let me see if I can find the lob pass that he threw to to Covington. Let me see if I can find that pass for you. Let's see. But not when I. But not when. Okay. Okay. Two questions. Did I answered these questions, but didn't I answer this question? Did I not answer this question? What other players do you think are underutilized around the NBA? That's a good question. There are a lot of underutilized players in the NBA. It's almost too. There's almost too many to name. There's almost too many. Basically, a lot of the G League players that are really good are underutilized. Yeah, there are so many underutilized players. It's just there's just too many to name. There's too many to name. I think the summer league people put too much stock in summer league. They just do. They put too much stock. The sample size is so small for summer league. Like it's like what 5-6 games, and the games are shorter, and it's like there's not enough sample for the summer league to mean anything. And it's also where the teams just got together for like a set. It's just scrimmage. It's a scrimmage. It doesn't mean anything. Who's the most overutilized? That's a great question. Who's the most overutilized player in the league? Um, that is a great question. Let me look at. Okay, so when I ask a good question like this, let me see. Um, let me go to StatMuse. This is the first thing I always do when I ask a good question like this. Let's go to highest usage percentage. Usage percentage in the NBA this season, requiring 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 1,000 minutes played. Okay. Okay, Luka Doncic. Okay, so the top ones. Uh, okay, so Giannis. Here we go. Donovan Mitchell, LeBron James. These are the top guys. These are all really really good guys. I would say highest usage requiring highest usage percentage in the NBA. This and um uh with a assist percentage above, I don't know, like 5%. I and I include this part because I just want to see the assist percentage of each player, right? So because I want to see the assist percentage. Um, Paul George, Donovan Mitchell, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker. Kristaps Porzingis was overutilized. But if I had to, okay, so if I had, these are all amazing players, right? Probably Randall. Is Randall on this list? Where's Randall? Yeah, yeah, probably Randall. Probably Randall. Um, he, he was the least valuable player. Might be Faku, yeah. But I say most overutilized players. So I assume that's players with high usage, right? So if I would say this is so hard because they're all amazing players, right? All these players are amazing. But if I had to shoot maybe the most overrated one, it has to be Donovan Mitchell, right? No, they're all so good though. Kevin Durant's getting older. They're all so good though. Damian Lillard maybe. De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is over. Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero. It's around someone like that. Someone like that. I just feel like this is a hard question. Most overutilized. That's a really hard question because most of these guys are really really talented. Um, Luka Doncic is really overutilized. Joel Embiid, Giannis, they're just so freaking good though. Devin Booker. I'm gonna say Devin Booker. That's what I'm going to say. I think Devin Booker is the most overutilized. By the way, I don't think that means he's bad. I think he's an awesome player. But I remember Devin Booker. He chokes a little bit in the playoffs. Um, and I still remember that game where he scored 70 points in a loss. And I don't think that's a good game. I don't think that's like you don't want to be scoring 70 points in a loss. So I would say the most overutilized player in the league right now is Devin Booker. I that doesn't mean he's bad. Like he's good, but like if I'm looking at this list of players, like Jason Tatum, like okay, it's probably going to be Devin Booker. That doesn't like maybe Bradley Beal, but like Devin Booker, I think. If we're gonna like top 10 usage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you look at the top 10 usage percentages of the players in the top 10, I think Devin Booker is the worst one. Um, Yeah, I think like if you look at the top 10, I think Devin Booker's so he's the most overutilized. That's what I think. Uh, yeah, maybe Randall. Maybe Randall. Randall's definitely up here. He's right here. But I think if we're looking at the top 10, it's Devin Booker. Yeah. Thanks for the question. Let me see if there's any more. Okay, two questions. Who do you think is uh underutilized around the NBA? So I think I answered this question. When we look at players, uh, highest, let's do PER with an assist percentage above 15. So 15% is league average. So highest PER in the NBA. So if we look at this, if highest PER in the NBA for players under 25 years old. Because the younger the player is, the more likely they are to be underutilized, right? Let's see. So if we look at this, Wendell Carter Jr. maybe is a little bit under. Uh, hmm, this is tough. Jordan Poole. You know what? I'm gonna say DeAndre Melton is super underrated. I'm gonna say Melton is underrated and Quickly. I think Quickly and Melton are my answers to this question. I think Melton and are quickly uh, are some of the most quickly. Did I spell that right? Quickly? No, it's quickly, right? Emmanuel Quickly. Yeah, quickly. That's right. Um, quickly. Let's see. Let's add the dictionary. Are the most underrated, most underutilized players in the league right now? Utilized players, in my opinion. But there are a lot of them. There are a lot of underutilized players. Nice Hartenstein guaranteed and sick. Is he guaranteed? No, he's not. It depends on if they play him. If if they play him, right? I was checking on off. They seem pretty nice. Oh, pretty nice. Okay, yeah, you could say they're pretty nice. They're the on off numbers for Hartenstein. Um, they're the level. So if we look at Shaq from ages, just looking at the on off numbers, right? If we look at Shaq from age 24 to 26, his on-off numbers was 10.1, which means he made his team 10 points per 100 possession better. This is Shaq, one of the best offensive players in NBA history, in his one of his prime when he was with the Lakers, right? Um, well, in his prime he was a little bit better, but like this is near his prime, right? 10.9. If you look at Hardenstein, his on-off numbers, his on-off numbers were just casually 9.9. They're 9 point. They were at the level of Shaq. Like, it's bad because they use the estimates. Isn't? Yeah, it is actually. It's actually not the best. You're actually right. It's their estimates, but I think if we use other stats, Hardenstein's on-off numbers are actually better than these are just estimates, but they're actually better. So they're actually better than these numbers, and it's also because Hartenstein went on a little a slump a little bit later in the season, where I think at the All-Star break, the only players at the All-Star break, the only players with better on-off stats than Hartenstein were Curry and Jokic. Yeah, yeah, NBA. Yep, yeah, exactly. That's right. NBA.com has better. You're right. You're right. Um, yeah, from his stats account. Yeah, NBA.com has better on-off numbers. But if we look at the numbers, if we look at the on-off stats before the All-Star break, and let me see if I can find it. Um, let's go here on off. Here we go. Here we go. Oh yeah, yeah. Here's the best team in basketball. Let's see. It's the best team. Best team. The underdog who makes the Clippers. This is at the All-Star break. So the Clippers have the young player to be excited about, a player who changes the dimensions of the game, a player who blocks shots, makes no-look passes, and shoots unbelievable floaters. Um, yeah. So at the point of this season, if we put this Hartenstein, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me see if here we go. This is the numbers. So what happens with the Clippers when you remove Paul George? Here's the net rating of all the Clipper players without Paul George. Hartenstein was a plus 7.7 without Paul George. Um, it's just incredible. Hartenstein basically made the Clippers the best team in basketball at the All-Star break. Um, yeah, with the on-off stats, and I tend to use I use two stats. I use PBB stats to get the on-offs numbers, and I also use NBA.com stats. Those are the best stats. Um, quickly on-off. I meant quickly on-off stats. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Quickly's on-off stats are amazing too. Maybe that's let me yeah. Quickly's on-off stats were amazing, but the thing is with Quickly, it's because Obi Toppin and Quickly had amazing chemistry together, and uh, Quickly's just awesome. Like, look at this free throw percentage is amazing. He needs to improve his finishing. He really needs to improve his finishing ability. But if he gets his finishing ability right, he's going to be amazing. He's an amazing player. His on-off numbers, like, look at this. This is incredible. Like 18, it's like 14. Like, this is just this is insane. Um, but that doesn't mean he's that great. Like because he still has a PER about 15, and an assist percentage about 21 for his career, which is it's not like Hardenstein level, but it's still his on-off numbers are incredible. Uh, it might be to do with on-off. How do I put this? On-off stats are really complex. On-off stats are really complex. They're just really complex because so many players affect the stats, right? So many players affect the stats. Yeah, him and Obi were electric last year, and you just have to watch the game to understand that, right? Because a lot of people they don't really look at the game, they don't really look at the stats, so they just don't see. They don't see it. Because I didn't watch the Knicks, so I don't really know exactly why his stats are so good. I assume it's because him and Obi are just play amazing together, and but it helps that he's yeah. It helps that he's replacing Wash Kemba. Yep. And that's so sad for Kemba. That's the thing with shorter players, they tend to drop off faster. Like Kemba was an all-star level player, but he just dropped off a cliff, right? So if we look at Kemba, like Kemba Walker was really really good for a long time. Yeah, four-time all-star. But he just dropped off so quickly because these shorter players just tend to drop off quicker, right? He just dropped off. You lose that little bit of speed and basketball is a game of inches. You lose an inch, you're getting blocked as a seventh so yeah, it's sad. And then you look at his on off -13. Like he's been positive like most of his career, -13 with the Knicks. Like oh my god, whew, that's bad. This is terrible. This is terrible. Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, that's the thing with shorter players. They just drop off quicker. Um, Let me see. Okay, if you think Hardenstein is great, when are you expecting him to break out, and to what level are you expecting? Are you comparing him to high-level names? Just curious the trajectory he's on. Let me see. I already answered the question. Hardenstein is the most underrated player in history. Like this was the names that I compared him to. Just trajectory of where you think he's on. I think he's on a MVP trajectory. Like his stats, his skill set. Like, can you imagine the best like imagine Rudy Gobert, right? Imagine Rudy Gobert had like James Harden's skill set. Like that's Harden. That's freaking Hardenstein right now. Like and that sounds insane. It sounds insane to even say that out loud. But it's just this is what the stats show. Like Rudy Gobert, best rim protector in the league. Oh wait, no, he's not. It's Hardenstein. Oh wait, like Hardenstein's one of the best. He is the on-ball defense of nearly a PJ Tucker. This is the on-ball defense of PJ Tucker. It's a little bit worse, but it's about the level of PJ Tucker on-ball defense. Like that's insane. You're talking about the best rim protector in the NBA that has the on-ball defense of PJ Tucker, of one of the best perimeter defensive players in the league, right? And it's just like, yeah, that chart reminds me of the top right Jokic. Yep. Yeah, well, this is Jokic's weakness, right? Jokic is amazing at everything, but except rim protection and on-ball defense. Those are the only things he's bad at. I think he's one of the worst in the league at rim protection and on-ball defense. He's great at everything else. Positional defense, getting steals. He's great at everything else, but he's really bad at this. Hardenstein's on another level. He's on another planet when it comes to rim protection and on-ball defense together. And the thing is, he's still developing. This is where he is now, but he's still getting better. Like just like Mobley. Mobley's going to be up here too. Like Mobley's going to get better every year too. Like this is where Mobley is as a rookie, and he's going to get better here. But Hardenstein's going to get better because it takes experience. It takes NBA experience to be a good defensive player. The game needs to slow down for you. For Hardenstein, the NBA game is still fast. The NBA game is still fast for Hardenstein. It just is. You look at it, he's still making he makes a lot of rookie mistakes. He shows these flashes, but he still makes a lot of mistakes because the game is still fast for him. He's still trying to play, he's trying to adapt to the NBA game, right? Because it takes time. It naturally takes time for players to adapt. but when they adapt, if he's already here, if he's already a level above everybody else in the NBA, while the game is still fast for him, if he's already like defending, if he's already doing this, doing these plays, right, where it's just like the scoring ability, right? See, this is slow, and then if he's already doing these plays, whoop, to be we're a bar, yeah, that's fine. He's fine with. Hartenstein is not a fast player. Like, he plays the game in slow. He's like Jokic offensively, right? If he's already doing this, if he's already, let me see if I can find the video. If he's already defending like this, if he's already one of the best doing this, like,
Island playing with his food out top.
oh my God. It's incredible to me. It's incredible to me. It's like if he's already doing this when the game is still fast for him, right? The game is still fast for him here. What happens? What happens when the game slows down for him? What happens? If he's already one of the best, let me see. Look, if he's already guarding Bradley Beal one-on-one on an island and drawing a foul and drawing an offensive foul, if he's already guarding Bradley Beal like this on the baseline, like what happens? What happens when he gets more playing time, when he gets more experience? He's going to win multiple Defensive Player of the Years. He's on another level defensively. He's on another level. Like, he has the ability to single-handedly turn the worst defense in basketball into the best defense in basketball. I know this because he did it with the Nuggets, and he did it with the Clippers. And he did it with the Clippers on a large sample, on a huge sample. And I think we already saw this, but like, he did it with the Clippers on this huge sample, right, where they were the best defense in basketball. Like, it's just, what do I say? Is there anything else I could say? Like, what? The Clippers are the 98th percentile defense in the Hardenstein. Well, what does that mean? That's the best defense. 98th percentile defense. There are only 30 teams in the NBA. That's the best in 1,500 possessions. This is a huge. What was his defensive impact in the G League? It wasn't as high as it in the NBA. It wasn't this good in the G League. It was not this good in the G League. It just wasn't. It just wasn't this good. I think he actually had an interview. Hardenstein had an interview before he was cut. He had an interview with the Rockets. He was like, "What are you working on your game?" And he was like, "I'm working on my defense. I'm working on improving my lateral quickness, my one-on-one defense, my rim protection. I'm working on all of that. I'm learning from Clint Capella. I'm learning from Tyson Chandler. Like, I'm learning from all these guys, and I'm really trying to improve my defense." And then he goes out and he had a better defensive rating than Rudy Gobert on the Nuggets playing with Facu Campazzo. He had a better defensive rating than Rudy Gobert on the Nuggets playing with Facu Campazzo. Yeah, exactly. That's the beautiful thing about Hart. He just sucks knowledge. Like, oh, he's playing behind Tyson Chandler. He takes everything out of Tyson Chandler and puts it into his game. Oh, he's playing behind Jokic. He takes all these little things from Tyson Chandler, puts them in his game. He takes it from even from Serge Ibaka, the pick and pop. Like he took that all. He takes it from everyone. He takes from everybody. Like, he learns from every single person. He just hasn't gotten the opportunity to play. Like, he's only played about 31 minutes once in his entire career. And if you have to ask, like, well, how well did he do? Like, well, was he actually good when he played? Was he actually good when he played? I think for the Rockets, Hartenstein only played above 15 minutes 6 times. 6 times. That's it. He only played above 15 minutes 6 times. So was he good? Was he good in those games? Well, let's look. They won by 20 points. They won by 30 points. They won by 10 points. They won by 48 points. They won by 26 points. Hartenstein, if we look at over here, Hartenstein was a plus, let's see here, 15. He was a plus 21, plus 15, plus 39, plus 26. When Hartenstein and James Harden played together, when Hardenstein, this is the only game he played above 31 minutes, by the way. He had 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists. In the game, they lost this game to the Pelicans. They didn't have Harden or Chris Paul in this game. But when Hardenstein and Chris Paul played together, they won by an average of 26 points. Look at this game in particular. This is when they played Jokic. Hardenstein had, let me see. Hardenstein had 16 and 12 with one steal and one block, was a plus 21 in 18 minutes. He had 16 and 12 in 18 minutes. If you look at the Nuggets backup center, Plumlee, what did Plumlee have? I don't even know what Plumlee had. What did Plumlee have? Yeah, Plumlee had 0 rebounds, 1 of 5 from the field, negative 14, 4 points. He destroyed Plumlee. Yeah, 8 shots. Like, it's 2K. It's freaking 2K. Like, and it's when Hardenstein and James Harden played together, it was James Harden's best two-man lineup of his career. When Harden and Hardenstein played together, James Harden and Harden played together, I think it was a plus 25 net rating in above 100 minutes played. It was the best two-man lineup of James Harden's career. And you might be like, well, they were just, it was basically unguardable. It was unguardable. If Tibbs plays him like he's Taj, they may win. If Tibbs plays him, he's going to win MVP. Like, this is why it's crazy. It's like every single stat points to, like, I don't know what you guys want. Like, like, I just wish someone would, like, argue, like, why I'm wrong. Like, because it's just, there's just so many freaking stats that prove this. There's so many stats. I have my Hardenstein jersey over there. Wait. Let me get my Hardenstein jersey out. And I'm the only one in the world with a Nuggets Hardenstein jersey. Number 25. I always say Hardenstein had a better net rating than Jokic. When he played on the Nuggets, he had a better net rating than Jokic. Well, why? Because he had a better defensive rating than Rudy Gobert. Like, that's how he did it with his defense. His defense was so good on the Nuggets. I called him a Hall of Famer after we traded him for 2 second round. I still call him a Hall of Famer, a future Hall, because his defense was so freaking unbelievable. Like, it was unbelievable. And I already knew he had the passing. I already knew he had the floater. I already knew he had all this stuff. But he also now, he's like Tyson Chandler. He's like Tyson Chandler and Capella mix defensively. Like, it's just incredible. It's incredible. I struggle to it's hard to comprehend. Let me I haven't looked at this yet. Chandler. Let me see. I haven't looked at this yet. Let me compare Hardenstein to Chandler. Can I compare Hardenstein to Joakim Noah? Let's compare him to Chandler. Tyson Chandler. Let's compare him to Tyson Chandler at 23 years old. Okay. Let's see. Okay, look at the difference. PER of 12. 12. He has a PER 10 points better. He's more efficient. He can shoot. Like, Tyson Chandler couldn't shoot at all. Look at the defense. He doubles his steal percentage. He almost doubles his block percentage. Like, what? It's so weird how teams completely ignore G League stats. Yes, in the G League 19 playoffs, he averaged. Yeah, yes, exactly. If a player played like that in March Madness, he'd be like, yes. That's exactly what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. If he just played like that in March Madness, if he played like he played in the G League in March Madness, he would have been a top 5 pick in the NBA. People would have been like, that's just the reality of it, right? But because of the biases in the NBA, because nobody cares about G League stats, like, he's better than Tyson Chandler defensively. He is a better defensive player than Tyson Chandler. I could say that without a shadow of doubt in my mind. And Tyson Chandler is one of the best defensive players in NBA history. Like I'm just I'm just looking at these stats. It's just like, whew, whew. I just don't know what else. Let me see. Well, I never. Yeah, such little volume from three. It's actually certainly convincing. Well, if I didn't have history, this history with the Joker, I would swear you must be Hardenstein. Well, I'll keep doing what you're doing. That's funny. I must be Hardenstein. No way, he sucks. Stuck behind Sims. Hart plays decent D, so Tibbs will love him. Yeah, yeah. Uh, dude, remember? Dude, I remember and think about that period of NBA of all time. Well, it was daily at the time. I'm sure you've answered this a million times, but what was your biggest thing that popped out about the Jokers before everyone else? Okay, let me try to remember the Jokic. Um, what was the biggest thing that popped out for Jokic? It was that Dirk fade. It was a Dirk fade. I made a post about it. It was um, when Jokic made a Dirk fade on DeAndre Jordan. On Jordan. Jordan. I'm just gonna say Jordan. uh, I'm talking about DeAndre Jordan, but I'm just gonna put Jordan. Yeah. uh, I think I even made a, yeah. It was when Jokic made the Dirk fade on Jordan. That was the moment I knew. On Jordan. The only thing stopping me from getting too hyped is the idea that NBA teams should know better. Right now, I'm sure they have analytics departments that know these numbers, right? So, if they don't want to give these minutes, then maybe they don't know something we don't. Yeah, maybe, or maybe, and this might be a little shock. I don't know. Let me just like, or, or NBA teams make mistakes all the time because people in the front office are just human beings. They're just human beings with biases, and and a lot of teams don't listen to the analytical department. They'll have them, they'll listen to them, but they don't make decisions based on what the analytical people say. A lot of them don't. I would say the vast majority of teams don't make decisions based on the analytical department. So, but that's just, that's just what the Kings exist. uh, Adding sources, Brooklyn just asked for Hardenstein in exchange for Kevin Durant. Straight up, Knicks hang up. According to sources, that's why I find it comical that Knicks of all teams signed. Yeah, that's so crazy. I didn't think the Knicks were going to sign him. I think he chose to go to the Knicks. I think the Knicks just decided to pick him up. I don't know. What did the Knicks. Because I'm not a Knicks expert at all. I'm a Nuggets expert. I'm a Clippers expert because I watch the Clippers. Um, but I don't know anything about the Knicks. Did the Knicks like change their GM? Like maybe they got a more analytical GM or something. Yeah, because um, Tibbs really wanted him apparently. Really? Wait. Is that confirmed that Tibbs really wanted him? Because is that really confirmed? That excites me. Like, because if Tibbs really wants him, ooh, ooh. Knicks traded for Cam Reddish, and Tibbs barely played him. He does what he wants. Yeah, but the thing is, like, should I say this? Cam Reddish is not good. Like, Cam Reddish is not. He's not good, guys. Like, I'm sorry. I'm, 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 I'm he's not. He's not good. I mean, he might be good. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's look. So advanced. Hey, well. Okay. Oh, you know what? I was wrong. I was wrong. He is really good. He's much better. He's much better. Yeah, he's a good shooter. Well, he only shot 29%. I don't know. Cam Reddish is he doesn't have any passing ability. So his ceiling is like Caldwell Pope, I would say, where you get a good defensive player, uh, a good wing defender, and then a good shooter. So his ceiling is like Caldwell Pope. Um, I would say that it's right there. So he's a serviceable role player, but yeah, I can see why Tibbs didn't play him. Let me look at the on-off stats. Not great. Not great. Yeah, people don't realize I've been trying to tell people that stats are close to Kevin Knox. Yeah, his stats are close to Kevin Knox. Yeah, his stats are close to Kevin Knox. But that steal percentage is really good. So I think he still has potential as a defensive player. His steal percentage is really, really good. A steal percentage above 2% for a young player like this. You can't give up on young players that early. They all have everybody has potential to grow. Everybody. Like if anyone tells you don't have potential, it's not true. Everybody has potential to grow and get better. And this guy has potential as anybody else, but he's not there yet. So I can see why Tibbs benched him. Like yeah, I don't realize I've been yeah. So let me see if I can go ahead. Okay. Checks out now, boys. What's the ceiling of Hardenstein? What limitations will he always have? Hardenstein has no ceiling. Hardenstein has no long-term weaknesses. None. Yeah, he has no long-term none. He doesn't have any long-term like I try to think, okay, what is Hardenstein's weakness? Biggest weakness? I would say probably his dribbling ability, probably his post game. But he already showed that he has the touch. He already has a 60% floater. Like he has insane yeah, Knox had a negative 24 last season? Ooh. What do you think about RJ Barrett? The most overrated prospect of yeah. Well, I don't want he's over it. I don't want the thing is I need to see him play. If we look at the stats, if we just look we'll look at the stats real quick. Let me just we can look at RJ Barrett. If we look at the stats, he's not the best shooter. He has his moments, but he's not the best shooter. He's below league average when it comes to passing, and that's the biggest problem with RJ Barrett, where the league average assist percentage is 15.5%. That's the league average assist percentage. He's below average when it comes to passing ability. So even though when he gets into the paint, he's not able to find cutters at the level that he needs to be a star player, right? So if he just adds passing ability, he would be a star player immediately. Immediately. He would be a star player immediately. I truly believe that. But because he doesn't have this passing ability, all his other weaknesses are what's the word? Exacerbated. They're all amplified because he doesn't have the passing ability, so he only can pass. So like because Quickly has passing ability, I think Quickly's a better player than RJ Barrett. I just think that's true. I think Quickly's a better player than RJ Barrett. Just looking at the stats, I need to actually watch them play. I need to watch them play first. Like let's make that clear. I need to watch them play. But looking at the stats, it seems to me that Quickly is a better player than RJ Barrett. That passing percentage is getting better. Yeah, it's getting better, but still, with a player that has the ball in his hands this much, this is not good enough. It's not good enough. You need like let's look at like a Dwayne Wade, for example, like which is like no one's comparing like, but which is what people thought RJ Barrett would be, right? So if we look at Dwayne Wade, his assist percentage was 25 as a rookie, 30, 40. Like this is the assist percentage that he needs to have when he's to be a star player, right? 25, 30. Like he needs to use his athleticism to create layups. Yeah, RJ 100% has room to grow. 100%. Um, yeah, 100% he has, but he's not going to be Wade, right? We already know that, but because of his lack of passing ability. Because even if you look at Wade as a rookie, he wasn't that great at at finishing, right? He was always an average finisher, but it was his passing ability and his defense that made him into a great MVP level player. Um, he's a fourth year. He'll become good. He's finished doubles with his right hand before he learns how to pass. I think he just needs to learn how to pass first. I think passing is the most because the most valuable shot in basketball is a layup. That is the most efficient shot, a cutting layup, right? And everything because that's the most valuable shot. The best teams are teams that generate layups, that generate open threes, that generate all these things. And in order to generate those things, you need to be able to pass. Taking contested shots with other hands, that's valuable to a certain extent, but it's not as valuable as being able to generate open shots with your passing ability. And because RJ Barrett has limited passing ability, I believe he will always be an overrated player until he learns how to pass. If he learns how to pass, he'll immediately shift from being an overrated player to an under. Like this is what happened with DeRozan, right? Where DeMar DeRozan was this overrated player, right? He was this overrated player for years. For years, he was this overrated player because look at his passing. He can't pass, overrated player, overrated player. But then again, he's getting better every single year. And then when now his assist percentage is like 30, 32, now he's in the MVP conversation. Like, right? So just like DeRozan, RJ Barrett can figure it out. Like he can figure it out. If he's getting better every single year, if he makes that big jump, um, he could figure it out, and he can become a DeMar DeRozan level player, a MVP level player even. Um, maybe not, all star level. I say MVP level player with a grain of salt, with a big grain of salt. But like, he can figure it out. He can figure it out, and I think playing with Hardenstein will help him. I think playing with Hardenstein will help him with screening, and Hardenstein loves rebounding missed shots. So yeah, yeah. RJ Barrett might be an example of a guy that improves his counting numbers, but doesn't improve. He just gets more usage. Yeah, that's true. Every second he has the ball in his hand, the Knicks are losing. That's a big problem. But the thing is, yeah, it's a big problem. I didn't even mention him on the Knicks first seed post because he's not that important to us being this. Yeah, it's going to be interesting with him in a lesser role now, right? So his usage is going to go down because they have Brunson. It's going to be interesting to see RJ Barrett with less usage percentage and more just like trying to fit in to the offense. Will his shooting keep up? Will his everything keep up? Um, because the thing is, like, even though I compare him to DeRozan always had amazing shooting ability, right? Look at this free throw percentage. He always had this amazing shooting ability. RJ Barrett does not have that. RJ Barrett does not have that shooting ability. So we'll see what happens, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. He's so young. You can't. He's so young. He has so much room to grow. So I'm not willing to say yeah he sucks and I want to no. RJ Barrett has room to grow. Like he has room to become a great player. He just needs to improve. He just needs to get better. He needs to grow, right? And he's only 21, 22. He's only 20. RJ Barrett's only 22 years old. Like I don't get people giving up on 22-year-olds. Like he's 22. Like um he has room. How's his motor? Does he set screens? How is his motor? 23 next year. He says right here he's 20. He's 22. He just turned 22 like a day ago. 25 days ago. Yeah, he's 22. uh, yeah, he's unathletic. Athleticism is overrated. The two-time MVP of the league can't jump over a chair. Athleticism is overrated. The problem is his passing. He needs better passing. Um, he needs better passing. Let's see. Does he set screens? Does he have a motor? Isaiah Hardenstein is a player capable of bringing his team back from down 30 points at halftime because of his motor. Capable of. Okay, let me go ahead and get this one. Yeah, this play shows all. To me, this play shows all of his This play shows all of his motor.
NBA teams apply
like,
today.
Like, look at this play. Like, look at the motor on this. Like, his hustle, just keeping the ball alive.
Clippers go to the full court press. They come up with a steal. Bledsoe with the layup.
Oh my God. Whew. The motor on that play, man. Whew. Yeah, unathletic. Yeah, so a lot of people don't like RJ Barrett. It doesn't look like. But I'm telling you, everybody has room to grow. Everyone has the potential to grow. Like right now, you're probably. I just looked at the stats. I know you're correct. Like right now, he's low IQ and an unathletic chucker. But that's not just because he's that now doesn't mean he will always be that. He has the potential to grow and become something better than that. Is there any way to see a full comeback with the Clippers? I wish there freaking was. I wish there was, but it was just amazing. You had to be there. You had to be there. Like the ending, like the reason why they were in the game was because of Hardenstein, but the ending was just incredible. Like it was one of my because they started him at halftime because the starters were so bad they put them into a 30-point hole that they finally started Hardenstein at halftime, and I freaking knew the moment they started Hardenstein, the Clippers have a chance. Clippers have a chance. Because that's the thing with Hardenstein. If you just put him in, you have a chance to win. You can be down 25 points. The Clippers had the most 25-point comebacks in NBA history. The Clippers had the most 25-point comebacks in NBA history. Like, you just put Hardenstein in the game, you have a chance to win the game. Like that's the impact he had because he's the best rim protector in the NBA. He's the best one-on-one defensive player in the NBA. He contests the most shots per 36 in the NBA. Like he averages 2 steals, he averages 3 blocks per 100 possessions, which is the level of MVP Kevin Garnett. Like his defensively he's insane, and then offensively you're getting Jokic. And you're getting a James Harden Jokic level offensive advanced stats. Like it's just incredible. Like you put him in the game, you have a chance to win immediately. Like the shooting was high because he took 90% of his shoot. Let's see. Let me see. What's RJ was the second and third option in 21. He had the best shooting season. Last year he had a higher usage. Randall had a mental implosion. He doesn't have the natural feel to his game. That's the biggest issue in the sea of issues. His shooting was high because he took 90% of his assists. Yeah. The teams are smart. They look away from that. They looked that away from him this year, and he ended up sucking. Yeah, he struggled this year. RJ Barrett was bad this year. Like let's be real. RJ Barrett was not a good player this year, and he's overutilized. Right? He's taking way too many shots. Took. Oh, he took. Yeah. Yeah, he took way too many shots. He's overutilized, but I still think he has room to grow. I still think he has room to grow because he has a lot of issues, but if he just gets his passing right, I'm telling you, if he gets his passing right, everything else will come across. Everything else will get better. He just needs to get his passing right. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe if he doesn't get his passing right, the Knicks are better off if they just bench him for quickly. Right now, if they just bench him for quickly, but they're going to give him all the opportunities. The Knicks were ready to give him a max. He's not worth a max. My God, like don't give him a max. Make him prove it. make him prove it. My God, no. Okay, he's not worth a max. Don't give him a max contract. Maybe like right now, I think he's worth 15 million. Maybe If about 15 million. If as he develops more passing ability, I think he'll go up to 20. Um, it's like J.I. got it, Zion got it. Our boy has to get it, but he's not as good as Zion or J.I. Um, I'm not about this. Hey, I'm not slandering it. I'm okay. I have to watch him play first. I have to watch him play first. What's the reasons might what are the reasons that might contribute to you being potentially wrong about him? Oh yes. I actually made a argument about. I actually made an argument about this. What if I'm wrong about? Uh, if I made a post about this. Wrong. What if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong about Hardenstein? This is about 18 months ago, before he put up these historic advanced stats. So I think it's healthy to always examine the possibility that I'm wrong. What would it look like if I was wrong about Hardenstein? Like what? Like Hardenstein would have a terrible net rating. If I was wrong about Hardenstein, the Nuggets and Cavs would play terrible basketball when he was on the floor. I was actually high on Bol Bol before the season. I called him a starter, but his negative 25 net rating proved to me that this was not the case. It's always important to change your mind with new evidence. For the Cavs, Manu Ginobili had a net rating of negative 16. If Hardenstein was truly bad or even an average player, we would have seen a similar net rating. He wouldn't have led the Cavs in net rating. He would have potentially had the worst net rating on the Cavs. Uh, I mean, you don't remember, but some of the biggest clashes I had was when the Knicks sub said Porzingis over Jokic because, oh my God, he plays defense. Oh my God, oh my God. That's so funny. That's so Those are so good times, so feel good memories, man. Oh, feel good memories. uh, oh man. Oh, so many good memories. So many good memories. Let me go ahead and link this to him. Let's go here. Let's link this to him. Boop, boop. What if I'm wrong about Hardenstein? I love the hype you're giving him, but how will he perform when he's getting starting minutes? Uh, so, according to the Paul Millsap doctrine, players players stats go up with more minutes. Players stats tend to improve with more playing time. Okay. According to the Paul Millsap doctrine, okay, we want to link the Paul Millsap doctrine here. Here we go. Um, here we go. I like. Let's see. Quote block. No, not quote block. We want to do link. Link block. Here we go. Insert. Player stats tend to increase. Uh, more playing time. This is a quote, and this is the most relevant quote from this. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, Shooting percentages, rebounding tend to stay equal regardless of minutes. It's actually level rebounding. Rebounding had a bit more variance. Got Alonzo Mourning got a big boost from a starting role, while Boers shuffled, steals and blocks took hit for minutes, which makes sense. Okay. A common thread among the anti-Millsap population is that arguments and players like him, so-called energy guys, would foul out if they played 30 to 40 minutes. Well, when minutes increase, foul rates goes down substantially. Scoring rate, surprisingly, uh, based on TOJ jumps as well as PER, the majority of players perform better when given their minutes in bigger chunks, despite the evidence they should perform worse given the apparent but possibly overstated disparity in opposing skill level. To me, this says per minute statistics are a good indication of a player's true talent and decidedly not nonsense. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's copy this. Let's go ahead and quote this, place it plain text. I hope this is not too much. It might be too much. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that's good. Okay. What would you predict his stats would be? I don't want to predict his stats. I did the predicting stats thing. I don't want to predict the stats. Yes, he will start over Mitch. Because it's just so variant. I don't know what his stats will be. Um, they're going to be good. But I don't want to predict his exact stats. Do you believe? Yeah, yeah. Will start over Mitch eventually. Uh, eventually. Um, I don't know. It depends on. Uh, depends on how much Tibbs wants to win. Um, uh, if he were to start, would you rank him over who? Okay, should I say this? I'm just gonna go ahead and say this, guys. If Hardenstein is if Hardenstein's 50% as good as I think he is, not as good as I think he is, if he's 50% as good as I think he is, he will be the best Knicks player in NBA in Knicks history. He'll be better than yeah, if he's 50% as good as I think he is, he'll be the best Knicks player in history. Like if he's 50%, he'll be better than Patrick Ewing. And that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy to like how you can't say he's better than Patrick Ewing. And let's see Ewing. Let's see Mr. Patrick Ewing. Patrick. Patrick. Ewing. Here it is. Patrick Ewing. uh, you can't say he's better than Patrick Ewing. But the thing is, if you compare his stats at 24, 23. First of all, Ewing didn't start till he's 23 years old. Didn't join the NBA until he's. I keep that to yourself. Maybe I should. Maybe I should keep it to myself. Um, but that even if he's half the player I think he is, right? It took Ewing till he's in his prime to have a PER at the level of Hardenstein. And Ewing never had an assist percentage above 15%. Right? He was never the passer of Hardenstein. Um, like, like it's just you won't last around here long. Hey, yeah, but yeah, even if he's 50% of the player. Okay, yeah, I won't say that too far. I don't think it's fair to look at the stats considering that's true. It is a completely different era. It is a completely different era. That's true. It is a completely different era. Hmm, that's true. That's true. It is a completely different era. But then you look at skill set. Like Patrick Ewing was one of the best shot blockers in the league. Um, no. I don't. You're good point. Good point. I'm not gonna compare them because. Yeah, exactly. PER doesn't include defense. Exactly. Which is why. Yeah, it doesn't include defense at all. Which is. Doesn't it, but this does. This does. Okay, I won't say it. 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 Okay. It depends on how much win. Hardenstein's the best player. If um he's clearly the best player on the Knicks. But like obviously, do you believe he'll run lineups with Hardenstein and Mitch? So this is a really good question. Do I believe Hardenstein will run lineups with Hardenstein? He can do it. When Hardenstein played with Zubac, they only played it 3 minutes because Ty Lue never played big like two centers together. But they only played it 3 minutes. It was a plus 100 net rating. It was. Let me see if I can find it here. Um, let me see with the Clippers, LA. When Hardenstein, um, wait, let me go here. Yeah, when Isaiah Hardenstein, and Zubac played, this was like nothing, right? They never played together. Uh, First of all, Zubac was a negative 2.7 with Hardenstein on the floor, 7.5, best team, one of the best teams in the NBA. When they were both off the floor, they were negative. This is their small ball lineup. But when they were on the board together, they only played 3 minutes. They only played 3 minutes. Uh, yeah, yeah, they did. He did share a little bit of time with Ibaka, and he made that really wonderful pass to Ibaka. Uh, but yeah, I was going to ask if he could play the four, Randall. Yeah, he can. Well, okay. I already said this, right? It's I already put this. He's able to do this. He has this perimeter defense, right?
That's a mismatch.
Right.
Island playing with his food out top.
Like he's one of the best perimeter defensive players. Like if you look at this perimeter defensive list, like these guys can all play four. Like everybody on this defense, like this guy can play four. Like these guys can all play four. Um, and this is his perimeter defense, right? Yeah. So when he played with Zubac for that little bit of time, it was incredible. It was They were like Zubac would set a screen for an off-ball cutter, and like Hardenstein would just hit an easy layup every single time, right? It was beautiful. It was beautiful basketball. But he only played it for 3 minutes, so that wasn't a big sample. But yeah, Hardenstein can play power forward. Hardenstein can play any position. He can play any position because he's the only player on this list that can actually pass, right? He had a better on-ball defensive metric than Bam Adebayo. Like, he could play four. 7 foot tall centers in on-ball defense. Let me see if I can find the on-ball defensive metric. Here it is. On-ball defensive metric. The number one players, Robert Williams, Al Horford, Precious Achiuwa, Isaiah Hartenstein, Bam Adebayo. He had a better on-ball defensive metric than Bam Adebayo. One of the best. Like, yeah, he could play four. Like, he could play the four. Centers, 7-foot tall centers in on-ball defense. Better metric than Bam. Bam. I put it on caps lock on accident, but now Adebayo, he can Hartenstein easily. Let me see here. Let me add this to basketball index. Can play four easily. Here we go. Yeah. He could play four, man. He could play four. He could play the four. But let's see. Let's see. Any other questions? Let's see. Any other questions? Let's see. Let's refresh. Boop boop. Boop boop. Oh my God. So many questions. Here are comments about Jokic. Here's the comments that are 10 or wait, really? Oh, hey, did they get this? Oh man, yeah. Oh, hey, these are all my comments about Jokic. Did this come back? Oh man. Oh, look at this. Ben Simmons won't win Rookie of the Year. I was wrong about that. See, I'm wrong all the time. I said Ben Simmons won't win Rookie of the Year. He totally won Rookie of the Year. Didn't he win Rookie of the Year? Did he win? Or was he hurt? I don't remember. Did he win? What do you expect his 3-point to settle at? What do you... Oh, okay. That's a good question. That was me. What do I expect his 3-point shooting? So that's the question. That's the question. If his 3-point shot is 40% or better, I believe Isaiah Hartenstein will be the best player of all time. Like, because if you take his rim protection, his on-ball defense, his passing ability, his floater, if he shoots 40% 3-point shooting, he has no weaknesses in his game whatsoever. Like, he just has no weaknesses. Like, and it's literally going to be like a defensive player of the year, like a player that's on another level defensively. Like, I already looked at this. A player that's on another level defensively. If he has a 3-point shot above 40%, it's like we're talking about one of the best the best player of all time. multiple time MVP, multiple time NBA champion. Like it's unreal if he gets his 3-point shot that good. But realistically speaking, it's probably going to be around. Um, it's probably going to be at a Randall level. Like realistically speaking, Julius Randle, right? So where Julius Randle, he's a good 3-point shooter. He shot 41% for a season, but then he went back down to earth, and now he's like 33%. So this realistically, he's like 33% at from three, right? Realistically speaking, this is probably where he's going to be 33, 35%. Which is still good for a center. Keeping them honest, and he doesn't need that. He doesn't need a 3-point shot to be an MVP level player. I don't think he does. But like, if he does, like, let's say hypothetically he does develop this super shot, this like a 40% 3-point shot where they can't block him. I don't know how you guard him, man. I don't understand. I don't know how you guard Hardenstein if he has a 3-point shot at that level. I just don't know how you guard him. But like it's anyway. Yeah, looking at these, I'm looking at these comments. Get some MVP votes. Jokic is about to make third most obvious breakout star next year. Yeah, I think he was second in most improved player voting that year. It's been like 3 hours. You still on Hardenstein? Oh, bro, if 3 hours, 3 hours. 3 hours. I could talk about Hardenstein for 10 hours straight. Bro, this is the most underrated player in NBA history. Isaiah Hardenstein is the most underrated player in NBA history, and I have stats on stats on stats on stats on stats to prove it. And I will talk about it because it's people has to like figure this out. Like there's just too many. There's too many stats. Hey, posting Legends thread. Okay, here we go. Can you share some of these? Plenty of rookies have good stretches where they look special before the league adjusts. What about Jokic makes you think he was sustainable? Um, well, the thing is, when you're looking at advanced stats, you're always looking for outliers, right? So you're always looking for like players that like for example, um, when I'm looking at Hardenstein, I'm looking at Boban, right? Because Boban also had amazing advanced stats. Like you just have to look at players like Boban, and then you look at Boban and you look at the differences. Like why is Boban on these stats but everyone else? Like if you look at Boban, well look, he can't really pass. He's a decent passer, but he has a 9% assist percentage for his career. He can't really pass. And his defense is really he's a terrible perimeter defender. And if you look at his on-off stats for his career before this last season where he had inflated stats, if we just look at for his career, his on-off was point 0.2, which means 0.2, which means even though Boban had these insane stats where he would get points and rebounds and he would get all these box score stats, he didn't actually make his team better. So his perimeter defense, he was obviously a shiv on defense. He just gave up a lot. Every bucket he scored, he would give up on the other end. So he would have all this size, but then he would get tired, and he, essentially speaking, he wasn't actually making his team better, right? So he would put up PERs at the level of Shaq, right? But he wouldn't actually make his team better. So I basically looked at all these outliers for Jokic, right? I looked at outlier after outlier. I looked at Kenneth Faried, who had a really high PER as a rookie, but then he couldn't pass. I just kept on looking for outliers, and I found there were no outliers. Like there's not another player that looks like Jokic. Statistically, and just like Harden, there's not another player that looks like Hardenstein statistically. There's only two players. Like, and if we look at the bench players, like players that started less than 5 games, like that put up stats at the level of Hardenstein, there's only two players. It was James Harden and Isaiah Hardenstein. These are the two best bench players of all time. Hardenstein wasn't just a good bench player; he was the best bench player of all time. Isaiah Hardenstein was the best bench player of all time for the Clippers. He wasn't just good. He wasn't good. No, he was the best bench player of all time. And that's what all the stats point to. Like he just didn't get enough minutes to really like obviously James Harden did it in double the minutes, so he got more credit and he won Sixth Man of the Year. Where Hardenstein didn't get Sixth Man of the Year because he did it in only 18 minutes. He had an injury, and the coach, there was a bunch of prejudice, and just like they never played him, right? They prejudged him. That's what prejudice is. You're prejudging a player. So they prejudged Hardenstein as a bench player, right? So they didn't play him, right? So that's what there was prejudice. Um, yeah, it's just, man, okay. Uh, let me let me see. This guy's incredibly commits. Uh, yeah, yeah, but that's just a young player learning the game, right? So you can say this guy is incredibly talented, but he does commit stupid turnovers and tons of fouls. That's just a young player learning the game, right? You're going to have to get turnovers. You're going to have to commit fouls, especially for shot blocking centers. That's just part of the game, bro. It's part of the game, and they improve it over time. Um, Here we go. Let me see any more questions. Hard to say nice. Here we go. Our leader. Yeah. Wait, neither. Yeah. Let's see. Do you see Hardenstein becoming a starter? I do. Yeah. Can we talk about Dalen Terry? Oh yeah, I'm still super high on Dalen Terry. I'm making a post. Okay, this is a. I'm still making a. I just started this post. The 3 reasons why Dalen Terry will be the best player in the NBA draft. And I already have the 3 reasons: passing, size, and defense, and scoring upside. Um, but I haven't wrote anything out yet. I think he's the best passer in the draft by far. I think he's the best passer in the draft at his size, and I think he has scoring upside. Even though he doesn't really have it all right now, I think he has the potential to be a really good scorer at the next level. But like all players, it will take time for him to develop, right? Like all players, it'll take time for him. Let's see. Okay, Tibbs has played with Joakim Noah. Hopefully knows. Yep. I have no questions. Yeah. Good. Okay, wait. How many? Okay, here we go. Hype type. How are you feeling as upside is passing and shooting? So his upside passing is unreal. Uh, let me see if I can find the stats here. There was a stat. I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I want to keep that one. I want to keep that one. His passing. I still can't get over this pass, man. Like this pass is just unreal to me. Like look at this. Here, look. He looked at Robert Covington, completely freezed. Not even freezed. He crossed. This is a crossover. He crossed Jermichael Green with his eyes. Like look at Jermichael Green going over here and creating a layup. Like this is he crossed Jermichael Green with his eyes. Like let me in real time. Like look at this. Whoop, whoop. Oh my god. Like he crossed Jermichael Green with his eyes, man. Uh, yeah. Dalen Terry's assist to turnover is being so well, making such high is really impressive. Yeah, he had an assist to turnover ratio of around 3, while making insane no look passes. It was. I think Arizona just really underutilized Dalen Terry. Um, and I saw an interview of Hartenstein where he said his dad told him not to shoot for. Yeah, yep. I was talking about that. His dad told him for entire quarters that you can't shoot the ball. You cannot shoot the ball. You can only pass for this entire quarter, which is like a point guard, right? His dad taught him how to play like a point guard because his dad understood the value of passing. Like being big, everybody is big, but it's the value of passing that's what makes players special, right? That's what makes him special. What makes Hartenstein special is his passing ability, his ability to do this, completely cross Jermichael Green and just create layups, right? Just layups. Let me see. Go here, and he did that multiple times. What was I looking for? Sometimes I get distracted. Let me go here. Let me see here. The path. Yep. Mm. Only player in history. Yeah, this is a funny stat. Isaiah Hartenstein's 3-point percentage last season, 46%. Mitchell Robinson's free throw percentage last season, 48%. Oh man. Um, yeah, he's going to be incredible. Um, yeah, it's just going to be incredible. Defense, yeah, he was right there. He was right there with Paul George in terms of how impactful he was for the Clippers. Let's see. I don't know if I can find it. Yeah, it was just incredible. Let me see if I go back. What is his passing is unreal. Yeah, his passing is unreal. Later, wait. Is it literally? It might be this post, right? It might be this post, right? Here it is. Excellent. Yeah, averages. Yeah, he's one of the best passing centers in the league. Like, as the later half of the season, Isaiah Hartenstein had. If you look at his pass to uh, his touches to assist ratio. So his pass to assist ratio was better than Jokic. At the later half of the season, Hartenstein's pass to assist ratio, 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 was higher than Jokic. Uh, if be a league leader in assists. If the offense is run more through him, he will be a league leader in assists. According to EPM, Muscala is a better player than Raptor. Isn't that? Ooh, EPM. Oh man, EPM is a great stat. It really is. Let me see. I'm gonna go my EPM, but it's a flawed stat, just like any other stat, right? So first of all, EPM is a pretty decent stat, but you have to remember Hartenstein had an. First of all, Mike Muscala is like super high on EPM just in general. Mike Muscala is really underrated in general. Let me look at Mike Muscala for a second. Um, Mike Muscala. Yeah, Mike Muscala was pretty underrated in general. The problem with Mike Muscala, like a lot of these players, is his assist percentage is 6%, right? So yeah, he has a good PER. I think he had this is an outlier season for him, where we kind of knew what he was up to the season, and he like had a PER 20. It was just hot shooting, right? So 43% from three. He was just really hot shooting this year, and then he had a pretty high. He averaged 21 points per 36. Really high hot shooting, and he was a pretty good defensive player this year. No, Mike Muscala does not suck. He does not suck. He had a good season this year. Yeah, he had a good season this year and last year. But then again, for his career, he's only even though he had these amazing seasons for his career, he's only like he doesn't make his team that much better. So he had a couple outlier seasons where like this is EPM where they view him as really high this year. Uh, but this is the thing with players that can't pass. I have spoken. This is the thing with players that can't pass. Their on-off stats are they fluctuate. So players that don't pass well, they fluctuate by everybody around them, right? So hot shooting fluctuates it, but they're not creating the offense. They're just benefiting from other people. So it's like, uh, so right here it's like, yeah, he's good, but his assist percentage is in the sixth percentile, right? So everyone else, like if we just look at the top players, top player, and the kind of outlier, Rudy Gobert, he's kind of low passer. Kind of outlier, Jared Allen, kind of a low passer, right? Mike Muscala is a bit of an outlier, right? Bam Adebayo, not an outlier. He has an assist percentage above average, right? And so this is still a pretty good list of players, right? Robert Williams, a bit of an outlier. Dylan Brooks is a bit of an outlier. Porzingis is a bit of an outlier. Um, like when everyone else that with high, it's like Darius Garland was really good this year. In terms of Hartenstein, he was really good in this stat. he just needs more playing time, right? So if he gets more playing time, the stat will reflect more of how good he is, in my opinion. But again, his turnover percentage is pretty high, so he needs to fix that. But like just looking at this, it's like Potil and Hartenstein, they're about at the same level in terms of this stat, but in terms of uh, assist percentage, and I honestly think the offensive estimate is wrong. I think they could improve the offensive estimate because Jacob Potel does not contribute more than Hardenstein offensively. I think that's the part of the problem with this stat. Um, yeah, but like defense, Draymond Green, Gary Payton, Thibault, Paul George. I think the defense is pretty decent. Um, anyway, yeah. Every advanced stat has flaws. Every advanced stat has flaws. It's about going in and trying to understand what the advanced stat's actually saying about a player, right? Let me see. Let me see. I'm not the rain on OP's parade. Ooh, not the rain on my parade, guys. But I don't think it was all that hard to see Jokic was going to be special. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And then when Hardenstein becomes an MVP, and everyone's going to go back and look back and be like, "Oh well, it's not that hard to see Hardenstein was going to be special." By the way, thanks for the follow. It's like, oh, it's hindsight is 2020, man. Hindsight is 2020. It's like, oh yeah, it wasn't that hard. Yeah. To me, it was obvious from the beginning. It was obvious from the beginning, and it's just as obvious that Hardenstein's an MVP level player. I'm a complete I'm a complete idiot, and I traded Mike Conley for Jokic straight up that year after. I traded Mike Conley straight up for Jokic that year. His first game, he was named starter. Conley was top 30. Jokic was top 90. Helped me win the league like a few $100. Uh, I can't tell my ass from my elbow, and even I saw that coming. Yeah. So he's saying I saw that coming, and I'm an idiot. I don't think he's an idiot. I think this guy's a lot smarter than he gives himself credit for. I think he's a lot smarter than he gives himself credit for. Uh, but yeah, it was pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious the Jokic thing. But the Hardenstein thing, to me, it's crazy because Hardenstein breaking out is even more obvious to me than. Oh, by the way, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. To me, Hardenstein breaking out is even more obvious than Jokic breaking out. And that seems crazy to people, but like Hardenstein's stats are more impressive to me. Like being able to have a better net rating than Jokic while playing on the Nuggets bench is more impressive than is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in my life. Like um, going to the Cavs and putting up rookie Jokic level numbers while getting zero practice time, while getting zero chemistry with their teammates. You're putting up rookie Jokic level numbers. Like that's incredible. Going to the Clippers and putting up advanced stats that put you on the list with James Harden. He was the best advanced stat bench player in history. Like it's literally there's only two players that are advanced stat as good as Hardenstein. Hardenstein was one of the best advanced stat bench players in history. It's James Harden and Hardenstein. Those are the only players, right, that have a PER above 20, an assist percentage above 15, which is league average, and a true shooting percentage above 60. So these are players that get box score stats above average, that get assist percentage above average, and that get true shooting percentage way above average. That score very efficiently. Like this is incredible. Like so to me, Hardenstein is even more obvious than Jokic. But for everyone else, it's like, oh my God, you think Hardenstein's an MVP? You're crazy. You're delusional. It's like, well, then why? Then how is he putting up these stats, man? Like, how? If you can explain to me how Hardenstein had a better net rating than Jokic on the Nuggets bench, be my guest. I am all ears. If you can explain to me how Hardenstein had a better net rating than Jokic on the Nuggets bench playing with Facu Campazzo. If you could explain that to me, please, please. I want to hear that. I want to hear your explanation. Let me go to new. Let me go to new. See if there's any new questions. Yep. Okay, here we go. I've been calling for him Hart Dimes. I watched a decent number of Clipper games last year, and I had him in fantasy league. I liked him a lot. I felt like he made a lot of good decisions. I do think Tibbs will give him a surprising amount of runs since he hasn't really utilized passing bigs since Noah. Yep. Faku's a future goat. That's why. He good. He's playing versus bench and no one else is scouting him. But you know so you know who else played against the bench and nobody else scouted him? Bol Bol. Bol Bol played with the bench and nobody scouted him, right? And look what happened. Look what happened, right? Let's see. Bol Bol, Hardenstein. Bol Bol played with the bench, right? And nobody scouted him. Look what happened when Bol Bol didn't play with Hardenstein, playing against bench players when no one scouted him. He was a negative 30 net rating. He was a negative 30 net rating. Like, don't ignore it. Yeah. He's good. He's playing versus bench and no one else is scouting him as they did with. That does not explain. It does not explain having a better net rating than Jokic on the Nuggets bench. It just doesn't explain it because, like, look, Bol Bol, it was. It's just. Yeah, he's good. He's good, but like, it's reality is it's like. This should not be possible. 8.4, 8.4 net rating. Like, that's a net rating of one of the best teams in the league playing with the Nuggets bench. Like, that Nuggets bench was terrible. This is one of the worst benches in history. It's one of the worst benches in history. Like, no. Like, it's just not, well, that's a lot of the art. That Nuggets bench was ass. It still is. It still is ass, man. Let me show you how bad the Nuggets bench was this year. Like, because I had to watch, I watched all the Hardenstein games, but I also watched all the Nuggets games. Because I am a Nuggets fan. I had it on record, so I would record the I would record the Clipper games, and then because the Nuggets have the stupid altitude blackout. That was for all the Knicks fans that don't know, you can't actually watch Denver games in Denver because of the stupid altitude blackout. In Comcast, if you have Comcast, like I think 70% of people in Denver have Comcast, you can't watch the games on TV. It's terrible. Nikola Jokic and Nikola Jokic. It's just Nikola Jokic. So this is how bad the Nuggets bench was this year. They were a -7 net rating. Without you, this is one of the worst teams in history. Without Jokic. Let's see. Right here. Yeah. Let me see if I can find. I made a post net rating. So like, if you can like explain like how bad the net rating is. Let's see. Let's see. Was it right here? By the way, this is one of my favorite plays. Yeah. What site are you using for the stats? I use NBA.com. This is the stat I use for this stat is PBB stats. This is on-off stats, and I think they get their stats from NBA.com too. Is there someone who surprised you in the summer league this year? The summer league, it's summer league. The sample size is so small in summer league. The competition is not competitive. You're just playing scrimmages. Like it's trying to get information from a scrimmage, right? They're just scrimmages. Sharp something's not playing at least is the least surprising thing for me. Yeah, that is. Someone on ESPN asked if you think Hardenstein is the second best passing center right now of all time. Second best passing center of all time. He's the second best passing center of all time. Yeah. Well, he needs more playing time to prove it, but he just is. Like he just is. I've been like when Jokic became Jokic, I looked at all the passing centers in history. I studied them all, right? Hardenstein's the second best passing center in history. Like his passing ability is so underrated, and the fact that he's doing this without NBA experience. He's doing all this stuff right now without NBA experience. Once he gets NBA experience, like you saw, Joakim Noah only had an assist percentage of 8%. When he got NBA experience, he doubled it. Right? And this is what's going to happen to Hardenstein. If he's already at 20%, he's going to double that, just like Jokic, where it's going to be like 40%, 40, 35, like around there, where it's just going to be insane. He's going to be this. He's going to be the second best passing center in NBA history. That's how good he's going to be. Um, yeah, but that's in the future. You know, it's in the future. Um, let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see if I can find. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the. Is it this? What am I? I'm looking for. See if I can find it. I'm looking for the post where I talk about. Is this one? Okay. No, 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 no. Not this one. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. In NBA history. Yep, yep. Um, this is my word cloud, by the way. This is someone asked me. Someone asked me, "Oh, do you just like say this about every player? Do you just say this about?" No, like you got Nikola Jokic up here in the corner. You got little Clippers, Jokic, Nuggets, and then just Hardenstein. all the all the hardest, just insane net rating. See the net rating over here, because I talk about net rating all the time. Let me see if I let me see. Was it here? Where was it? Was it? Oh yeah, he makes the team. Was it the net makes the team the best team in basketball? Uh, Here it is. Oh, here it is. So this is the net rating tier list, right? So if you're a plus 10, it's one of the best teams of all time. Plus 8 is one of the best teams in the league. -6 is title contending team. +4 is a top team in the league. +2 is above average team. 0 is an average team. -2 is below average team. -4 is a bottom team in the league. -6 is a tanking level team. Um, -7 is one of the worst teams in the league. -10 is one of the worst teams in history. -12 is one of the worst teams in the league. So if we look at this for the Nuggets bench, so when Jokic was on the floor, they were a +8. They were a +8 when Jokic was on the floor. If we just look at this, that's one of the best team in the league. So they were the best team in the league with Jokic on the floor. With Jokic off the floor, they were a -8, which is the worst team in the league. So this is why Jokic was most valuable player this year, because when he was off the floor, they were the worst team in the league. Well, you do this again. You look at this for the 2000. So Jokic, Hardenstein. And we look at this tier list for when Jokic and Hardenstein played together, +7. So if we look at this, +7 is right between what the best team in the league and a title contending level team. With Hardenstein on the floor, they were +7. Again, right between a title contending team and the worst team in the league. And then with them both off the floor, they were a -8.5. They were -8.5, the worst team in the league. So Hardenstein literally single-handedly on the Nuggets took the Nuggets, from the worst team in the league to one of the best teams in the league, just like Jokic does. Just like Jokic does. Hardenstein had a Jokic level impact on the Nuggets bench. One of the worst benches in history. Like one of the worst benches in history. Like it's just, I think Dale might have passed Hardenstein a few times. Yeah, but not at 23 years old. So let's so we could do this. Go ahead. So we could do Vladi Divac, Mr. Divac. No, let's do Vladi Divac. Here we go. If we go at 23 years old, compare them. So if we look at assist percentage at 23, Vlad Divac only had one of 10%. I don't know if you can see. Let me zoom in a little bit. He only had one of 10%. PER higher. And by the way, Vlad Divac only played 1,000 minutes this season. What? It's Divac. It's Divac? Heart without Jokic. How about that? Yeah. Hart without Jokic. How about that? Yeah, well, Hart never played with you. I swear to God, if Hardenstein and Jokic played together, the Nuggets would have a championship right now. The last two championships, if they just played Hardenstein and Jokic together, my God. Because Jokic's only weakness as a player is rim protection. Jokic's only weakness as a player is rim protection, right? This is Jokic. His only weakness is rim protection. Look at Jokic. Hardenstein. Hardenstein's the best rim protector in the entire NBA. while being one of the best perimeter defenders in the entire NBA. And he was that with the Nuggets. Like, who do you think is the best young prospect? The Clippers' best young. Brandon Boston Jr. is up there. They don't really have a lot of young prospects. Hartenstein was the youngest player in their rotation. He was the youngest player in their rotation. Not many people understood that, but like he was the youngest player in their rotation. They don't really have a lot of young prospects. We didn't really see Preston because we didn't see Preston at all. I really liked I like Boston. I think Boston has a lot of scoring ability. Thanks for the follow. Um, but yeah, I think Boston has a lot of scoring ability, a lot of upside. It's hard with the young player. It's going to take time. It's going to take time for them. What is the best way to find out seasons by assist percentage for 23-year-old centers? Go to StatMuse. So you have to figure out how to put it in correctly. It takes a second to figure it out. You do single season players, so single season players, and you do single season players because otherwise it'll show career stats instead of single season stats. So you do single season stats for 23-year-old players, uh, centers, use centers. And let's do 24-year-old or younger centers, sorted by assist percentage, requiring. By the way, I haven't looked at this yet. Requiring 1,000 minutes played. Minutes played. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh, did I not do it right? 20-year-old centers or younger. Yeah, I didn't do this right. I did not do this right. Let me do. Yeah, it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. Give me a second. How do you find Hart? You Nuggets fan or you prospect? Whenever the Nuggets sign a new player, I look into their stats. So when Hartenstein first signed with the Nuggets, I looked into his stats and I made a post. I said, Hartenstein a superstar center that hasn't been given an opportunity. And I made that. That was my first Hartenstein post where I took a look at his look. I looked at his stats and I looked at what his stats meant about his skill set because that's all stats are. They're just measurements, right? People think you either have good stats or you bad stats. No, they're just measurements. They show you what you're good at, right? So, are you a good shooter? Do you have the skill of shooting? Do you have the skill of passing? And how good of that skill are you, right? So I looked at his skill set. That's stats only reveal skill set. So you have to look at that, the skill set. Let me see. 20-year-old players or younger. I actually let me see if I can find. So 20-year-olds. Oh, here it is. Centers, single centers. 23 or younger. 23 younger. Uh, with a high assist percentage, requiring. Is that okay? Here we go. Here it is. These are the highest in history, I think. Yeah, here they are. 24-year-old younger Jokic, Sabonis, Alvin Adams, Bam Adebayo, Karl-Anthony Towns, Bill Walton, um, and Isaiah Hartenstein, and then DeMarcus Cousins and then Bill Walton again. So these are the top guys, I think. We could do 23 years old or younger too. Let's see, just to get. Yeah. So Jokic, Alvin Adams, Bam Adebayo, Bill Walton, Isaiah Hartenstein. But you have to remember, for Hartenstein, is his stats are being deflated. Like you might see, his stats are being deflated because they didn't run anything through him. They did not run anything through Hartenstein. So like Hartenstein right now, it's like he has the passing of Bill Walton, right? He has the assist percentage of Bill Walton, right there. But without anything being run through him, right? So if he already has the assist percentage of Bill Walton without anything being run through him, what happens when he gets more playing time, right? And obviously Bam Adebayo is pretty good, but these guys are 6'9". These are not 7-footers, right? These are not 7-footers in the NBA. These are 6'9". These are small power forwards that have a little bit of passing. They play the center position, but they're power forward size, right? The only 7-footers, like true 7-footers, it's Jokic, Bill Walton, and Hardenstein. to have an assist percentage above 20. So yeah, that's where you find it. It's on StatMuse. You have to put single season centers with 23 years old or younger with high assist percentage, requiring 1,000 minutes played. I hope that helped. I lost my train of thought. I was looking at. I lost my train of thought. Um, where did you find Hart? Thank you. I was trying to use StatMuse, but I couldn't get it to work. Yeah, it was a little tricky. It's a little tricky. It takes a lot of learning. You know. How did you find Hart? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I can show you my first Hardenstein post. And it was on. It wasn't on our Hardenstein because Hardenstein didn't exist. It was on the Nuggets subreddit. It was on the Nuggets subreddit. Let me see if I can find it. My very first post of Hardenstein. I have so many. Like this is how you know. There's too many, man. This is how you know. There's so many. There's so many Hardenstein posts, and it's just like, ooh, there's so much. Oh, by the way, I also became a little bit of a fan of the Cavaliers. Because I was able to watch Garland play for a little while. I was able to predict Garland becoming an All-Star a little bit earlier. Oh, yeah, oh, yep, 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 yep. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yep, yep. Yeah. The 21-year-old G League superstar that hasn't got his NBA opportunity. Yeah. So I'm a Nuggets fan, so whenever the Nuggets draft or sign a player, I go deep into the stats. This is about 2 years ago now. Well, 2 years. So this is my very first post. Um, Talked about a great star. He is a star, which is I feel sorry for him. To be that great at basketball and yet have to take a backup role. This man should be getting the 20 million the Pistons offered Grant. Hardenstein is 100% better than Grant. It blows my mind how underrated G League guys are. That says, as a Nuggets fan, when you sign a guy that underrated to a contender, they win it all. The Nuggets will win it all this season, and Hardenstein will be a huge part of that. And I just thought he was going to play. Silly EG. He thought he was going to, like, you signed this guy, he thought he was going to play him. But Malone never played him. So it was all a dream. It was all a dream. Oh, man. Uh, so Waving Taj was good for iHeart. Yeah, yeah. Excited for this. Let me see if there's any more questions. Nice to meet you. Hello. Thanks for. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you too. Smiley face. Smiley face. Bup. Have you ever dreamt of Hardenstein before? Actually, yeah. Actually, I have. I have. It was a. Yeah, we were playing pickup in my backyard. He was blocking. He was he was blocking me every shot. It was not. It was yeah. He was blocking me every shot. I had no shot. Um, yeah, but I think it was only once though. It was only once. Let's see. I had a nightmare. No, it was super fun. It was super fun. Um, the minute I saw we signed him, I thought you were. The minute I saw we signed him, I thought of your post of how he's going to be a Hall of Famer, and thought, man, I hope this guy is right. How many minutes do you think he gets to improve himself? Uh, I don't know how many minutes. How many minutes do I think Hardenstein's going to get? I don't know. I don't want to predict how. How much value do you put in G League stats as being a Knicks fan? Most prospects were G League, but this is a great point. That's a great question. I saw your post on Hardenstein about him. Someone messaging him about you. I saw your post on Hardenstein about him. Someone messaging him about you, and Hardenstein saying he tried to find you on Instagram. Did you see? Oh yeah, I saw that, but it was no big deal. Let's see. How much value do you? Yeah. Okay. So this is a really interesting point. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see the G League, right? So this is comparing Isaiah Hardenstein to Moses Brown. What makes Hardenstein different from other G League stat gods, right? So like, why is Hardenstein so much better than the other guys? Like, why should we care about Hardenstein's stats but not other people's stats? In the G League, there are a lot of talented players, players that put up godlike stats. One of those players is Moses Brown. Brown averaged 25 and 19 per 36 on 62% true shooting in the G League, in the bubble. Just unreal rebounding and scoring numbers. So why don't I make a Moses Brown subreddit? He's young, he has talent. The reason is because Moses' G League stats have real red flags. For every assist Moses Brown made in the G League, he had 7 plus turnovers. In the NBA, every assist Moses Brown made, he had 4 turnovers. He is a player completely unable to pass or create for others. As a result, his team in the NBA is 11 points per 100 possessions, worse when he is on the floor. When looking at G League players, it's not a question of good stats or bad stats. It's a question of what each stat means about a player's skill set. If a player shows the ability to pass in the G League, that doesn't disappear in the NBA. If a player shows the ability to rebound, that doesn't disappear in the NBA. If a player shows the ability to score at a high rate efficiently, that doesn't disappear in the NBA. The problem is when a normal G League superstars is that they tend to have big holes in their games. Players that score 32 points per game, like Antonio Blakeney, tend not to pass or rebound well. Additionally, their efficiency goes down in a lesser role in an NBA offense. Players that get rebounds tend not to pass. Players that pass and rebound tend not to score well. So essentially speaking, every single G League player, I've literally looked at every G League player. No, in vetting my Hartenstein opinion, I've looked at every single G League player. I went to because it's really nice because the NBA set it up where the G League has just as good of stats as the NBA. They have all the same stats. Right? I looked at every single G League player in history. None of them, none of them even come close to the impact Hartenstein had in terms of passing, rebounding, assists. None of them. Like you could look at other players, other examples, but there's nothing even close to Hartenstein, right? I Let me see if I can find this another example of where I compared Hartenstein to Montrezl Harrell. Montrezl Harrell, comparing Hartenstein to Montrezl Harrell in the G League, right? Um, I love this comparison because the context of these two players are so similar. Harrell was drafted 32 in the draft. Hartenstein was drafted 43rd. They were both second round picks. They were slept on going in the NBA. Harrell broke out and won Sixth Man of the Year. The question is, how much better is Hartenstein than Sixth Man of the Year? Because of the context, it is so similar, we can compare their numbers without much issue. So this is Hartenstein comparing their stats together. This is the difference. Montrezl Harrell to Hartenstein. They played about the same amount of games, about the same amount of minutes. Look at the difference. Hartenstein, 10 times better passer. Look at his efficiency. His efficiency is 10 points better shooting more shots than Harrell. He's 10 points more efficient. The difference in efficiency between Harrell and Hartenstein is the same difference between MVP Steph Curry and Colin Sexton. This is the difference and that's the difference between Harrell and Hartenstein. And a year younger, he did this a year younger than Harrell. And Harrell went out and became Sixth Man of the Year, all these amazing things. Hartenstein was better than Harrell at everything. At everything. A year younger than him. It's incredible how impactful Hartenstein actually was in the G League. He was on another level. He was I say this all the time. Isaiah Hartenstein was as if Jokic was sent to the G League. That's how good Hartenstein was in the G League. He was as if Jokic was sent to the G League. That's how incredible he was. And you look at all his stats are like Jokic. All of Hartenstein's stats are like Jokic. Let me see. Single center younger with a PER above 21 points, 21.4, and assist percentage above 18.1, and a true shooting percentage above 58%. Why do I pick these numbers? These are the numbers. These are the advanced stats of Jokic. I'm putting in the advanced stats of Jokic as a rookie. So these are the centers, 23 years old or younger, with a PER above, with the advanced stats of rookie Jokic, right? These advanced stats of rookie Jokic led me to say Jokic was a Hall of Famer. So these are the centers. Jokic, Hartenstein. This is it. These are the only centers in history to have better advanced stats. 23 years. If we look at all centers, so let's get rid of the 23-year-old centers or younger. And let's do requiring 50 games played. Games played. Requiring 50 games played. Like, these are all centers. Wilt, Kareem, Jokic, Anthony Davis, Embiid, Jokic, Karl-Anthony Towns, Embiid, Jokic, Isaiah Hartenstein. This is the level Hartenstein is right now. He is this level of player right now offensively, because these are offensive stats. This is just offensively. Offensively, he is this. Like, how are you not employed by some? Well, I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when Hartenstein gets playing time, man. Because, my God, if Hartenstein is even half as good as I think he is, if he even half as good as I think he is, he's a Hall of Famer. If he's half as good as I think he is, he's a Hall of Famer. If he's as good as I think he is, he might be the best player of all time. Like, because you're looking at a player that is literally the best rim protector in the freaking entire NBA. Like, the best rim protector, one of the best perimeter defensive bigs in the entire NBA. You're looking at this. This is him defensively. He is on another tier defensively, and this is him offensively. Right here. This is him offensively as a center. On list with Wilt, Kareem, Jokic, Anthony Davis, Embiid. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But, like, all I know is that I'm going to be right about this. Like, there's too many stats. Like, there's too much evidence for Hartenstein's take. But it's been about 3 hours. Let me answer a couple more questions. This guy thinks he's the best. Yeah, all time potential. Yep. He does. I think he has best player of all time potential. And because a lot of players don't get started until they're like 24, 20. I think if we look at Marc Gasol, for example, if we look at Marc Gasol, and just to put in perspective how amazing Hartenstein, Marc Gasol didn't get started until he's 24 years old. Like, Marc Gasol didn't get started, and you might be like, well, is Hartenstein better than Marc Gasol? Like, Marc Gasol is a good comp for Hartenstein. How can Hartenstein keep himself out of foul trouble? Play him. That's the beautiful thing about foul trouble, is that it's a product of limited minutes, right? So because you're limited minutes, you don't really care about fouls that much, because you know you're not going to foul out because they're not going to play you enough. So you just play him, and then he'll just stay out of foul trouble. That happens with all players in history. All you have to do is play him, and he'll get out of foul trouble. And that happened with Hartenstein too. Like, that's what's going to happen with him. I see your enthusiasm, but he only played 31. It's kind of hard to say, no? Well, that's the only reason he's available for you. If he played 30 minutes consistently, we're talking about MVP, a max contract. The only reason he's available for you, the Knicks, is because he's only played 31 minutes once in his NBA career. Otherwise, you would have been seeing historic stat lines. We would have been seeing stat lines that are out of this world. 5x5 games multiple times. We would have been seeing 30-point games, 40-point games. Like, that's the type of stat line, that's the type of skill set Hartenstein has. Like, that's what he did in the G League, right? And he's been getting better every single year. It's incredible. He has a bag, a deep bag. So let's look at Marc Gasol didn't come into the league. If we look at Marc Gasol, the highest PER of Marc Gasol's career was 21%. So if we look at, let's look at StatMuse for a second. StatMuse. So we look at single season. Let's do single season players. Players with a PER above 27 point. So, like, that's the highest PER of his career. The highest true shooting percentage of Marc Gasol's career, 61.7, right? 61.7%. This is 61.7. 61.7. So these are players. I really don't see Tibbs playing him over Mitch. We just gave Mitch a 60 million. Does not matter. Tibbs going to. It depends on how much Tibbs wants to win, right? Because it depends on how much he wants to win. Because he knows the value of a player like Hartenstein. He played with Joakim Noah. He knows the value of it, right? I want to believe you, but nothing has ever good happens to my Knicks. I didn't think they were going to sign Hartenstein. Nothing good ever happens to your Knicks until Hartenstein decided to go to your Knicks. Hartenstein is going to bring championships to the Knicks. He's going to bring championships. Not one championships, multiple. Honestly, agree with that. Assist percentage above. Yeah. So here we go. Marcus Gasol assist. What's his highest assist percentage of his career? Let's do his average assist percentage, right? Because I think if we look at his assist percentage, Hartenstein. He had a couple of years later in his career where he had a higher assist percentage. But let's say his career average assist percentage is 17.1%. So let's go here. 17.1%. Assist 17.1. 17 point assist percentage above 17%. Requiring 50 games played. Okay. So let's do one more thing. Let's do thing. And he had a block percent. What's his highest block percentage of his career? 5.2%. 5.2% block percentage. Let's see. Let me see. Go back. Honestly, I agree with that. We've been a desert since the 70s. Let's not jump out of the window. As a Knicks fan, it's hard to believe that we have a future MVP on the roster. The last MVP was Willis Reed, I believe. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's hard to believe that Hartenstein's freaking. There's so many coincidences. I still can't believe Hartenstein was cut from the Rockets. Like, it's insane. Let me just look at this. Yeah. Like, look at this list of names, man. Like, just this. Just these stats, right? Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, Charles Barkley, Chris Mullin. Like, these are the Kevin Johnson. These are the stats that Hartenstein put up this season, right? But let's add and a block percentage above 5.2%. So that's it. Hartenstein. He's the only player in history. He's the only player in history with a block percentage like the career highs of Marcus Gasol. Like, this is it. What do you think of Christian Wood? Christian Wood's really underrated. He's really good. He's a starter level player. He's a borderline all-star. But the thing is, when he was like, if we can look at Christian Wood for a second. But like this is how unique Hartenstein is. No player in history has ever been this good, ever. But like, we can look at Christian Wood for a second. Christian Wood is super underrated. The fact that Christian Wood was cut from multiple teams when he's a borderline all-star level player is just ridiculous. But Christian Wood, if we look at Christian Wood, one of the things I want to see with Christian Wood, let me see. I'm going to go zoom out a little bit. I want to look at his G League stats for a second. So if you look at his G League stats, this is what happened. Every year he got better, right? I don't know. Let me zoom in a little bit. Every year Christian Wood got better, right? So his points, 17 points, 19 points, 23 points. Then he was averaging 30 points at the end of it, right? Every year he got better, right? If you look at his advanced stats, his PR was 24, 26, and 32. I don't know why it doesn't show his first year, but so yeah, he got better every single year of his career. So he got better every year. But if you look at the age of Christian Wood, so if we look at the age, he's 20. When he was in his prime in the G League, he was already 24 years old, I would say. When he's averaging 30 points, let me see. When he's averaging 30 points per game in the G League, that's 18, 19. How old was he? 18, 19, he was about, how old was he? In 18, 19. How old was he? Where's the age? 18, 19, he was about 23 years old. When Hartenstein was doing that at about 20, 21 years old. So he was doing it about 2 years younger than him. And also, if you look at his assist percentage in the G League, right? Like his assist percent was 11%. So even though he was really, really good, he was nowhere close to the passer Hartenstein was, right? So there are still some red flags here. Like, obviously, he's a great finisher, and his true shooting percentage was nowhere close to 69%. Like, He was nowhere close to 69% where Hardenstein was. So he's not as efficient. He's not as good of a passer. He's a decent shot blocker, but he's not even close to the defensive player Hardenstein is. So like he's a really good player. He's borderline all-star, but he's nowhere close to where Hardenstein was. So like Christian Wood, the fact that he was cut multiple times is ridiculous. He should have been. He's a borderline all-star, but you can argue he's as good as Porzingis. Like you can argue that. I don't know if you win the argument, but he's around that level. Um, if you are right, I'm gonna tell the Knicks Moz and Reddit to build you a statue. If you, my God, yeah, I don't know what to do. Do you guys have any suggestions, man? Like, let me think for a second. Let me think because it's not if I'm going to be right. It's not if I'm going to be right. It's a when. It's when I'm going to be right. So what should I do when I'm going to? Should I do anything? Like because you have this prediction. I invest so much time and effort into this, right? I looked at every single stat and every single angle. I've literally wrote 40 plus articles on this. Like you can go in and like read every single point by point. Like there's just so much evidence. Like, and really all I really want is my Hardenstein jersey. You know what I want? I want this Hardenstein jersey signed, and I want Hardenstein to sign. I had a higher net rating than the MVP on this team. That's what I want him to sign it. I want him to sign it. I had a higher net rating than the MVP. I don't know. Did he reach out? I don't know. Uh, do you have receipts? You can ask Hart to come to your stream if you. Yeah. I do have the receipt. I do have the receipts. Yeah, I can. You know what? Yeah. Maybe I could. That would be awesome to have Hart on the stream. When do you think you'll be proven right? Well, I'm gonna be proven right when he starts playing him minutes. When Hardenstein plays 30 minutes in a game, 3 times, I'll be proven completely right. Just like when, because, like I look at this for example. This is my last. Let me go back to my React scene. So I looked at this a couple times, but if we look at the bench players that put up advanced stats at the level of, there's only James Harden and Hardenstein are the only players that put up advanced stats at the level, at this level, which is like offensive MVP level. When you look at what happened when James Harden actually got playing time, right? The first thing that happened, like first game, Harden got playing time when he went from a bench player to a starter. What happened? When you look at here, the first game of the season, he played 44 minutes. He had 37 points, 12 assists, 6 rebounds. Next game, he had 45 points. So all I need to do is sit back and see Hardenstein get 30 plus minutes 3 times. If he gets 30 plus minutes 3 times, I will be proven 100% correctly. Because what's going to happen is if he gets 30 minutes, they're going to, first of all, the Knicks are going to blow any team out because that's how impactful Hardenstein is. And second of all, Hardenstein's going to have a stat line that is out of this world. Like it's going to be like a 30-point game, like a just insane stat line. Make some noise on Knicks Twitter. There's enough people to get out of there. Surely more than Nuggets or Clippers. Yeah, Nuggets and Clippers. I have a bone to pick with Clippers. I have a bone to pick with Clippers Twitter. Like, I was talking to the Locked On Clippers guys, and I shared them some of my posts, and they laughed me out of the build. Like I said, like Hardenstein was a really good defensive player, and I showed them a highlight of Hardenstein guarding Paul George on the perimeter and then contesting the shot, and I showed them the stats of where Hardenstein had a better net rating than Rudy Gobert on the Nuggets, and he had the same amount of blocks and steals as MVP Kevin Garnett, and all these different stats, and they literally just laughed me out of the building. They're like, just stop. And it's like, I'm like Clippers Twitter, like they just didn't know what they had. Same with Nuggets Twitter, but Nuggets Twitter, they're focused more on Jokic talk, which that makes sense. I love Jokic, but yeah. Oh man. So I think I'm gonna call it well, I don't know. Should I end the stream? I had such a fun time, man. I feel a good time, man. I feel like you could agree about the passing, maybe. I don't see how anyone could deny his defense. Yeah, yeah, exactly. His defense is just unreal, man. His defense, literally. I think Locked On Clicks would be willing to hear you out. I would love to go on Locked On Click. Like, I would just love anyone that's willing to listen. Like, because I have so many stats, so much stuff to back up my opinion. I just want I just got on here. No, I just got here. Side wink. Uh, yeah, I have so many stats to back up my opinion. I have so many stats to back it up, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I think I'm gonna log out. I think I'm gonna log out. You just gotta talk more about Hartenstein. Yeah, yeah. I haven't been able to join recently. What's your quick take on the Nuggets' recent moves? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Let me think. Um, I love the signing of Brown. I think it was Brown. The signing that we had, the Bruce Brown. I think. I love that signing. What else did the Nuggets do? Did they do something else? Uh, I don't know. Nothing else is really. Did they do anything else? Show your big board. Show us your. Oh no. Okay, I'll show it. I'll show it. Let me go to my big board. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I'll show the big board real quick. Before I go. Um, Here we go. It's pretty controversial. I have okay. So Dalen Terry, I have one because I think he's the best passer in the draft. I really value passing and size. Chet Holmgren is number 2. Chet Holmgren is a future Hall of Famer. Like, are you kidding? Like, he looks like a combination. He looks like a combination of He looks like a combination of Rudy Gobert and Kevin Durant. Like that's what he looks like. It's insane. And then I have Jason Daniels because I value defense and passing. Then I have Paulo. Maybe, honestly, I would probably put Paulo above Jason Daniels now. But I have this. This is my board. Then Mark Williams, then Jabari Smith, then everybody. Um, the only player I have really low is I have a couple guys really low. Um, the guy that I have like one of the worst, Shaden Sharp. I don't understand. Can someone understand why Shaden Sharp was like don't get me started. Don't get me started on Shaden Sharp. It's so frustrating. Like, how do you think when Wembanyama deserves to be called the best? No, not at all. I think people are calling Wembanyama better than Chet. Like, are you crazy? No. Like, the thing is with Wembanyama is he can't really shoot. He's not the best shooter. He's not the best finisher, which is kind of concerning. He had a true shooting percentage below 50% in his league, which is super concerning. He can't pass, and he goes for shot blocks, which leave him out of rebounding position. So I think he's a project. Wembanyama is a project right now. He just doesn't have the skill set that I think will translate that well. But he's only 18, 17, 18. Any player that with that size can still become good. But to me, he seems like a big project. Like more hypothetically talented than actually talented. You know, in terms of skill set. But let me talk about Shaden Sharp for a second. This guy didn't play a single game. He didn't play a single game in college. He didn't play a single game in college. Like, he's only 6'5". Like, I get he jumps high. But then I looked at the highlights, like, of him scrimmaging, practicing against high schoolers. He was missing open passes. He was missing open dunks. He was airballing shots. Like I just don't understand how you can draft a player that didn't play in the lottery. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if you didn't play, just don't play. And I think of Hardenstein, it's like, you have a superstar center here. You have a superstar center that went through hell to get a little bit of playing time. And this guy didn't even play in college, and he's going top 10. And I don't know. And then he's not playing in summer league, and it's probably a good thing that he's not playing in summer league because then he'll be exposed, right? But then, it's just like, how are you supposed to get better if you don't play, right? You need to play to improve, right? And him sitting out the entire college year just didn't sit right with me, man. It just didn't sit right. And the NBA rewarded this guy for sitting out millions of dollars just because of high school tape. and you just can't do that. You can't. I don't think it was right. I don't think it was right to reward a player that didn't play in college millions of dollars just because he has perceived talent, right? Just let him prove it. Make him go overseas. He could still be good, but I just think players should prove that they're talent before you draft them based on upside. Players should go play overseas, go prove that talent, um, before or he should have stayed in college for a year, right? He still would have been a top pick if he was good, but there was a possibility that he goes to college and he tanks in college and then he goes back. Like that's always a possibility. I just Shaden Sharp. Anyway, I should be ending on the positive note. Let's end on a positive note. Let's watch a Hardenstein highlight before we end. We have to watch a Hardenstein highlight before we end the stream. This is because of the summer league. This is Hardenstein in the summer league. This is a Hardenstein summer league highlight. This is a Hardenstein summer league highlight. So I don't care a lot about summer league, but I do look for skill set, right? This is one of my favorite highlights of all. Like, look at this pass. Look at this pass. Look at this pass.
At the free throw line, here comes Davon Reed aggressively. Christian Wood couldn't handle the pass down low.
Oh, good pass.
Really, really nice
And
pass.
good pass.
Whew. Just watch it again. Watch it again. Look at this. I don't know if you could see. My face might be in the way. You know what? Let me make my face a little bit smaller. There we go. Let me make my face a little bit smaller. There we go. Is that small? Wait, just look at this pass for a second.
Davon Reed aggressively.
What?
Christian Wood couldn't handle the pass down low.
Oh, good pass.
Oh, really, really nice
And
pass.
good pass.
It's just beautiful.
To set up Eric McCree for the bucket.
Look at this in
Here's
slow
that
motion,
delivery
man.
from Hartenstein.
Great pass.
You don't know how hard that is.
Ski, but
Like that is just incredible.
catch, finish.
That shows his skill set as a player, right? Like, yeah. Oh, I should have. There's still that highlight where he threw a lob to. Let me see. I don't know if I can find it. Maybe I could. Maybe I could find it. Maybe I can find it. Let me see if I can find this. Lob to. This is. I don't know. This is
That's not on my list. Hartenstein lobs it to.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Let me show you this real quick before I. This is one of the quick things.
That's not.
This is one of the quick
on
lob.
my list.
This is Hardenstein lobbing a pass.
Hartenstein lobs it to Covington.
It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful, guys. It's going to be beautiful. You don't even know the beauty that you're in extort for. The pure essence of basketball. Like, it's going to be amazing. Lobs to Obi Toppin. It's going to be incredible. Defense off the chain, offense off the like. If he gets his 3-point shot. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm EG14000. I'm logging off. I'm still going to answer the questions, by the way. I'm just going to answer them all off. So if you have any extra questions for me, just leave them on Reddit, and I'll go ahead and answer them. I'm going to respond to everybody. But yeah, so this is the stream. Yeah, I feel so. I just can't believe New York actually signed him, man. Because I was thinking about which team would sign him, and I was like, I didn't know which team. Really, it's like the Clippers didn't seem that they signed John Wall. Like, it's okay. I'll ask her. We'll wait and see. Yeah, so I can't believe that they signed with New York. That is a wonderful fit for both organizations. Just have fun. Just have fun with it, man. Just have fun with seeing Linsanity all over again. Like, it's Linsanity 2.0, except with a Jokic level player. That's what it is. That's what it's going to be. So just have fun with it. Just have fun. Just watching Hardenstein be Hardenstein, because there's going to be some amazing games, amazing moments, and it's just why basketball is awesome. It's why basketball is awesome. So anyway, I'm logging out. See you later. End stream. End stream.